I asked
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Wednesday, October 3rd regular meeting of the Nags Head Board of Commissioners. We're going to call our meeting to order, and we're going to start with a moment of silent meditation. If you'll join me. Amen. If you'll join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. First item is the adoption of the agenda this morning.
Move to adopt as presented.
second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Our next item is audience response. It's time that we set aside for the public to come and speak to the board. If you will, please give us your name and address and come to the podium. Good morning.
I'm Louis Toth, and I live in the
Louis, if you'll come to the podium, sir.
TOTH.
Sir?
Oh, here? Okay.
Camera. I can hold it for you if you like.
Yeah, I've got and I have my neighbors here, Bonnie and Jim Sanderson. And what we're going to talk about is a problem that we've had for 1 year, which is ditches, drainage ditches in Bay Meadow, where the standing water has been for 1 year. It's unsafe, and it's a health hazard. We have pictures. I have actually 2 albums of pictures of this water. Let me start by saying that this is really your problem, because I got this from the zoning people. I don't know if I'm going to walk around here and show you because you can't see it. And if I may, to get the scale here, this is a Bay Meadow. This is the size. This is the road, Bay Meadow Road here.
Sir, if you want to, we could actually put it up on the screen for you if you'd like. And everybody can see it.
I don't know if I can handle that. I used to teach for 25 years.
But we do want you to speak into the microphone so we can get it on the record, sir.
Uh-oh. Okay, how am I going to do that now? Okay, you can see that curve thing. That's here. Okay. Oh, this is the pointer? Oh, here. This road here is where the Sandersons and I live. I live up here, and Sanderson's there. Okay. Now, this is the main. There are 2 ditches. There's one here. It goes from the bypass and goes down to the sound. It's about a mile long. I want you to look at the width of this thing. It's almost the same width as the roads. This is Bay Meadow Drive up here. There's a second one here that runs next to Jim's and Bonnie's property and comes down, and if you could raise that up a little bit, just a little bit, and joins over here. This diagram I got from your zoning people, and it was drawn, I can think, by the Army Corps of Engineers. And what it does is it takes all the water from the bypass and prevents the bypass from flooding like the beach road floods. And it carries an enormous amount of water. This is about 20, 30 feet wide. Down when it gets to the sound, it's about 100 feet wide, a mile down there. Here it's likewise, it's about 10 to 20 feet wide and joins here. Now, that's good if you got a storm. What's bad is if there's any blockage. And this is what's happened. What the footnotes in this diagram said, that if it's above this line here, it's the maintenance is the Village Homeowners Association. So this part is the Homeowners Association. Here's the golf course, is this line, and south of it, down here. okay? So the maintenance is the requirement of the golf course, and I think that was sort of the condition for establishing the golf course and the village in the first place. That's my guess. Okay, now, what's happened is this. Instead of maintaining this section here, the golf course filled it in. There's a little bit of indication still where it is down here, but it's totally flat here, across here. It's got grass growing on it, and they mow it, and it's very nice. Over here, they built a bridge for the golfers and the golf carts to get over, and then rather than building a second bridge, they filled it in. Now, a little bit of science. These ditches are about 10 feet deep, and they're 20 feet wide. They hold an enormous amount of water. Once they're filled, there's no way that water's going to get out there. It's not going to seep into the ground. It's going to take forever, and it's going to take forever to evaporate. So for this reason, the Sandersons, if they look out their porch, they've got water that's been there from Hurricane Irene. Got pictures of it. It's filled with mold, algae, and whatnot. It's unsafe. I mean, if a kid comes in there, he'll drown. It's definitely more than 4 to 10, 5 feet deep. So it's unsafe. It's also public land. I don't know whether it's your public land, the county's public land, the state's public land, or even the federal government's public land. Maybe you can help me out there. But one of the things that I'm up here for is we want some supervision. Under no circumstances should anyone have been able to block this and screw up the whole, neighborhood with this, with what happened. Okay, so this is our major problem, and I've got pictures of how bad it is there. And there is a contract out. I mean, we've been bitching, started with my neighbors, to the Homeowners Village Association. And Courtney, we've been working with Courtney there, and she's good. And she tried to work with the golf course. And there is apparently a contract to clean this up. It was supposed to happen in September. Now we hear it's been delayed maybe before Christmas. And the reason for the delay, I've heard from another neighbor, is there are too many poisonous snakes. Copperheads and water moccasins, and it's not safe for the workers to go in there and clean it up. When I sat there and I said, okay, I'm not kidding you. I mean, I've heard this. I couldn't make this up. It's unsafe, and no one's taking care of it. So I would like to see, if it's your public land, to get someone from the town to go monitor the cleanup, and to have the golf course, insist that the golf course reopen this thing so that the water back here can drain and do it as it's designed to do. Because otherwise, even if they clean it up here, if we clean this section up here, it's going to still be flooded. So I've got now 2 albums. One is of pictures I took with this thing. And Jim, maybe you can come up here and show one of your pictures at this point, since these guys have been complaining about the mosquitoes. You can imagine, they come over here and they spray from this point. They can't get back here with that spray. We got breeding mosquitoes and every other darn thing over here. So we're asking for your help to supervise and set the schedule.
Just 2 pictures. This shows the flooding out the back door. That's the problem. The only thing I'm Jim Sanderson. Can I say a few words? Is that all right?
Please, go ahead, sir.
The only thing I'd like to add, and I assure you I'm not exaggerating, the mold problem is horrendous. If you come by and look at these ponds that don't go anywhere and the amount of mold in there, you'd be flabbergasted. I can tell you for a fact, we just got back from California. We put all of our things in storage under the house, and my wife is very sick right now from her lungs. She took every piece of clothing that we own, computers. There was mold on the leather seats of the BMW. I promise you I'm not exaggerating. I'd say 40 bags of mold, trash bags, clothes, personal items. Everything had mold, shoes. And she was so judicious and industrious that she took a brush and white vinegar to clean all the mold off. And I don't believe that mold would exist to this degree if this issue wasn't prevalent. That's all I have, Louis.
Yeah, I'm just showing pictures. Thanks, Jim. So we're asking your help to get somebody from the town. The other thing is, you know, in my naive mind, I know that some of the neighbors, you know, I said, geez, you know, we ought to fill it in for ourselves if they can do it. And I said, no, that's a crime. You can't take public land. So I think that the town has got a big hammer on the golf course to say you've got to fix, you know, you should open up that ditch there to enable the people to drown it. Or else, you know, go after them, get a big fine so it never happens again, and set the schedule. Not let the golf course, I mean, you know, it's great. We got snakes in there, and they say, we can't do it now because it will interfere with the golfers. Okay? So we waited till the golfers to go away, and they're saying now it's going to be, they'll do it before Christmas, maybe. That's where we are. So I ask your help, and I'll let you people respond.
No, sir, I'll tell you, we don't respond. We take the comment right now. I can also tell you just briefly that it's not the town of Nags Head's land. It's probably, I'm not sure whether it's the Property Owners Association.
No, it's not.
And I assume that you've talked to the Property Owners Association about it?
No. In here, if I can have where's that folder?
But I do know that it's not the town of Nags Head's land.
No, it's definitely not the homeowners association. I mean, it makes no sense to have a homeowners association. It's a drainage system that serves the area. I mean, you can't, it's no more like we could say the road is a homeowners association. It's footnote 6 here.
Sir, if you've got a smaller copy and can leave it with us, we'll be glad to get the planning director to take a look at it. We certainly want all the drainage to work in all the neighborhoods of the town of Nags Head. It has been a very difficult summer for drainage, I'll tell you that.
Well, this is 1 year. This is not a summer. This is 1 year. There's nothing like that. You put out down here. The science says it soaks into the ground, but when it's 10 feet tall, it can't. Here, it says here, drainage system outside of the public right-of-ways being maintained by Nags Head Village Homeowners Association and the golf course. Now, when this leaves the golf course, it's your problem because that's down in.
Sir, if you want it recorded, we've got to get you on the microphone, sir.
When the main ditch leaves the golf course property, it goes into the Roanoke Shores area. And that's, you know, there's a road there. That's not being taken care of. It's being overgrown. And that's definitely not, you know, an individual homeowner's land. It's not the golf course, because the golf course is gone already. So it's got to be the town, and I think you have to go down there and spend some money and clean that up. I mean, that's yours. And I maintain that any drainage system of that magnitude, it's just like a road. It's got to be either the county's, your property, or maybe it's the federal government. I mean, you know, if it's the federal government, I worked for the 25 years as a scientist for the federal government after my university stuff. I would love to get the federal government in here, but I don't think you want that. Okay?
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else for public comment this morning? Anybody at all? Hearing none, we're going to close our public comment period. And thank you, sir. We will be discussing drainage actually later in our meeting as well. So we do have it on our agenda. It's been on our agenda for a number of months now. Our next item is recognition. Dave Clark.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, it's with mixed emotions this morning that I introduce to you Mark Cross. The agenda says on his retirement, what it doesn't say is that that retirement follows 30 years of service to the town of Nags Head. And Mark has a vast amount of experience in water distribution. He, as I said a couple weeks ago at his retirement luncheon, he knows where all the pipes are buried, more so than anybody else in town. But Mark was hired by the town in August of 1982 as a water plant operator and a field installation mechanic in the water department, which was all one department at that time, under the direction of the water plant superintendent, John Richardson. A few years later, he was promoted into a vacant assistant water plant superintendent's position, and with the renovation of the Fresh Pond water treatment plant and the first building boom in the mid-1980s, the water department was split into two divisions, water operations and distribution. And with that split, he became the water services field supervisor. He oversaw the maintenance and repair of the water system, installation of new meters, fire hydrants, the town's flushing program, and as the town grew, that division and Mark's responsibilities grew tremendously. And by the late 1980s, the water distribution division was reorganized as a division of public works. Now, Mark has been an extremely dedicated employee for the 30 years that he worked for the town, but his passion is soccer. For many years, he served as the assistant soccer coach at Manteo High School, and then with the opening of First Flight High School, he became the head ladies soccer coach and has been in that position for many years. He holds the distinction of being the coach of the only team to win a state championship from First Flight High School. I know there have been wrestlers and individuals who've won championships, but several years ago, the ladies soccer team won the state championship, and Mark wears that ring very proudly. He has one daughter, Emily, who in her own right is an excellent soccer player. She's now attending Chowan University. And we're going to miss Mark. We're going to miss the professionalism that he brought to the job every day. And I think it's appropriate for us to recognize him for 30 years service and wish him well in his retirement. Mark? Thank you so much. Thank you, Dave.
Mark, come on up, sir, if you would. We got to get you in front of everybody.
Can't get away that easily.
We've got a nice plaque that says, "Presented to Mark A. Cross with grateful appreciation for dedicated and loyal service, Town of Nags Head, 1982 to 2012." And I hope you've got lots of good travels planned for your retirement. It's always nice to be able to recognize folks that have worked with the town for an awful long time. 30 years is a long, dedicated service. We do have a couple of other recognitions this morning. Kevin Brinkley.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I want to start off by congratulating Mark on his 30 years of service to the town. That's quite a feat, and I've worked with Mark for 22 of those years, and he was certainly a dedicated town employee, so congratulations on your retirement. I'm here today to recognize a police employee for 10 years of service, and where it's 10 years of service to Nags Head, it's actually 16 years of service in law enforcement. But I come before you today with 10 years of service to the town of Nags Head by Sergeant Becky Smith Terry. Becky is originally from the state of New York, where she began her law enforcement career in 1996 with the Tioga County Sheriff's Department. In 1997, she relocated to Tennessee and attended the Tennessee Law Enforcement Training Academy and worked with the Hendersonville Police Department until 2002 when she joined our department. In 2006, Becky received her Officer First Class designation, and in 2007 was assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division and was also nominated as the town's Employee of the Year from the police department that year. I had the occasion to supervise her in investigations and worked alongside her until my promotion, and always found her to be a dedicated employee. In 2009, she had the occasion to be promoted to her current rank of sergeant, where she oversees the other detectives, as well as carries a full load of cases. In 2010, Becky received 2 commendations. The first, she was commended by the hotline for her outstanding work on a sexual assault investigation. And in April, she was commended by Southern Shores Police Chief David Cole for her work and assistance during a burglary ring, a number of cottages being broken into throughout the Dare County area. Becky possesses an advanced law enforcement certificate issued by the North Carolina Criminal Justice Education and Training Standards Commission, a criminal investigator certificate issued by the North Carolina Justice Academy, and is a graduate of Western Carolina University with a Bachelor of Science degree. It is my pleasure to recognize Becky for 10 years of service to the town of Nags Head. Congratulations.
Becky, we've got a nice certificate of recognition. This certificate of recognition is presented to Becky Smith Terry upon the occasion of her 10-year anniversary. On October 2nd, 2002, Becky began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded to recognize Becky's loyal and dedicated service over the past 10 years. Her dedicated devotion in the police department has contributed significantly to the town's efforts to provide a safer and better environment for the citizens and visitors of Nags Head. The Town of Nags Head Board of Commissioners extends its best wishes for continued successes and many more productive years with the town. I think we're looking for 30 from everybody, Becky. Chief Zork?
Morning, Mayor, Board, Mr. Manager. It's a privilege to introduce and recognize Christopher Tremblay today on the 5th anniversary of his career as a firefighter with the town of Nags Head. His duties consist of firefighter, driver-operator, EMT, CPR instructor, fire inspector, and child seat technician. Chris is involved in very important functions in the department. He oversees all turnout gear and ensures that every firefighter has safe and updated personal protective equipment for the most dangerous of duties. It was just last month, Chris came to see me and said, "Chief, your helmet's out of date, it's gotta go." So I appreciate what he does. Christopher is a full-time father of a beautiful 4-year-old girl, and he enjoys spending time with his family at the beach. He's an accomplished fire education provider, and last year managed a well-attended car seat inspection workshop at Outer Banks Hospital. Christopher takes pride in his duties and is very detail-oriented. He is always willing to take on new projects, especially when there's a short deadline. Most recently, he showed his versatility and provided all of the cooking-related tasks for the town of Nags Head Relay for Life Biscuits and Gravy fundraiser at Station 16, and I think we made about $800 on that event. Christopher looks forward to a long firefighting career with the town of Nags Head, and we are glad to have him on board and as a member of the team.
Morning, sir. Morning. We have a nice certificate of recognition for you. Certificate of recognition is presented to Christopher Tremblay upon the occasion of his 5-year anniversary. Chris began employment with the town of Nags Head on August 20th, 2007. This certificate is awarded as a statement of his loyal and dedicated service over the past 5 years. Chris's devotion to duties as a firefighter EMT has had a lasting and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens, for which he deserves this recognition. The town of Nags Head extends its best wishes to Chris for continued success and many more productive years with the town. Congratulations, sir. Looking forward to seeing you up here a long time.
You know the fire's only the beginning.
That's right, ditto.
Good morning. I'm very happy to stand before you today to recognize Angela Welsh on her 5th year anniversary with the town. Angela is in charge of our GIS programming, and system. So every map that is shown in this room has usually come from Angela's desk. She also was very instrumental in mapping as part of damage assessment and in long-range planning for the town. Additionally, Angela, in terms of long-range planning, was a major contributor and actually coordinated putting together the 2010 land use plan, which really for our department and for the town is sort of the working document that we use to make a lot of decisions with our planning board. She's also our grant writer and our CRS coordinator. And in addition, she does whatever we ask. I will tell you that you will see Angela out doing wellness committee. She will be working the front desk. She will be volunteering whenever we need something done in the department. Angela's hand always goes up. A true team player, which I've really appreciated. She's a graduate of VCU with a BS in urban planning and urban studies and planning. She has a wonderful daughter, Rachel, who's 11, and I guess she spends a lot of time on the road between competitive cheerleading and softball work and volunteering and teamwork. And then also, she does a lot of road work for us, attending meetings. We are part of a region, particularly in transportation planning, that is very large. And Angela is good about going to these meetings, bringing back very comprehensive notes, representing the town well in group discussions, and I feel very fortunate to work with her. I'm very happy to have you on the team and look forward to a great future in the planning department with Angela. Thank you.
Morning, Angela. We have a certificate of recognition that's presented to Angela Welsh upon the occasion of her 5-year anniversary. On August 20th, 2007, Angela began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded as a testimonial of Angela's loyal and dedicated service over the past 5 years. Her dedicated interest and devotion to duties as planner has had a lasting and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens and deserves this recognition. The town of Nags Head extends its best wishes to Angela for continued success and many more productive years with the town. Thank you very much for all your efforts on, especially on GIS.
She also did our mitigation.
Morning, Ralph.
Morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. This morning, I'd like to present to you Karen Hagee. Karen has been with the town for 5 years. Karen came from Southern Shores. Subsequently, when she was there, Webb was the acting town manager. She assures me, though, that wasn't the reason that she left. She wanted to come to Nags Head. Karen started her career in public service. She was in the Coast Guard. She was a bosun's mate, and she was also a police officer in the Coast Guard, stationed at Elizabeth City after she left Oregon Inlet. That's how she got to the Outer Banks. She has her husband, who also has retired from the Coast Guard, and 3 children. And for Karen, I feel sorry for them because all 3 are now teenagers. Her children's names are Faith, Grayson, and Grace. Karen has brought a lot of expertise to the Public Works Department. She is putting a lot of tracking software on our computers. She tracks all of our contracts, all of our purchase orders. She also tracks all of our tickets that come in for the dump, and tracks all of that. I found that she is invaluable to me. Anytime I need something, I just go in and ask Karen, can you get me this information? In 2 minutes later, it's up on my screen. Here it is. So, like I said, she's become very invaluable to me at the Public Works Department and also our superintendents. Like I said, they go to her all the time, the same thing. Karen, can you find me this PO? Can you find me this requisition? And like I said, within minutes, it comes up. So that's I'd like to present to you now, Karen Hagee.
Karen, we have a certificate of recognition presented upon the occasion of your 5-year anniversary. On September 10, 2007, Karen began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded as a testimonial of Karen's loyal and dedicated service over the past 5 years. Her dedicated interest and devotion to duties as Public Works Office Manager has had a lasting and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens and deserves this recognition. The town of Nags Head extends its best wishes to Karen for continued success and many more productive years with the town. 2007 was a really good recruiting year, apparently. Ms. Kinney?
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners. It's my privilege to introduce you today for 5-year recognition of service with the town, Becky Huff. Becky actually started with the town in 2001 in the accounting position. She was here for 3 years before she left and worked for Kitty Hawk for a period of time, and then came back to us in 2007 as a tax collector, where she's been ever since. She's responsible for collecting and billing all of our taxes, privilege licenses. In addition to her assigned duties, she also expressed an interest in FEMA reporting and accounting, so she took charge of that last storm and did a great job of that. Becky lives in Kittleville Hills with her husband Doug and son Mickey. She's a graduate of Youngstown State University. In her spare time, she likes riding motorcycles and camping with family and friends. Hope to have Becky around for a great many more years.
Becky, I do want to point out that we have the best collection rate around, and we appreciate that. It's a difficult job. This certificate of recognition is presented to Becky Huff upon the occasion of her 5-year anniversary. On September 17, 2007, Becky began employment with the town of Nags Head. This certificate is awarded as a testimonial of Becky's loyal and dedicated service over the past 5 years. Her dedicated interest and devotion to duties as tax collector has had a lasting and valuable effect on the well-being of the town and its citizens and deserves this recognition. The town of Nags Head extends its best wishes to Becky for continued success and many more productive years with the town. Stay with us. Thank you.
I would like to introduce Edwin Maldonado. Edwin started with us actually about 6 or 8 months ago. He came in and filled Reggie's spot while Reggie was out on medical leave. And after Reggie retired, we offered Edwin the job. Edwin is born and raised in Columbia. He has 2 daughters, Alana and Jakaya. He enjoys fishing and hunting, and like I said, he brought a lot of experience when he came to work with us. We were very lucky to be able to get Edwin. So as it is, this is Edwin Maldonado, who I'd like to present to you.
Mayor, Commissioners, the philosopher Confucius was credited with saying the longest journey begins with the first step. We have an employee that we recognized today for his retirement after 30 years with the town, but he had a first day with the town, just like everybody else that works for the town. And I know that for Ray Schoonmaker, who I'll be introducing to you shortly, 30 years may look like a long time, but it is definitely possible to work that long for the town of Nags Head. I'd like to introduce to you this morning our new water services technician, Ray Schoonmaker. Ray was born in Kingston, New York, but spent most of his years growing up on Knott's Island. He now lives in Powell's Point, and prior to coming to work for the town in water distribution, he worked for the city of Chesapeake as a laborer and operator at their Northwest River water treatment plant. Spent 5 years there. Ray is married. His wife, Chelsea, is a registered nurse at the Outer Banks Hospital. In his off time, he enjoys fishing, especially for striper. He also enjoys spending time with friends and family, including his golden retriever, and he enjoys sports, watching UNC, I don't know why, Notre Dame, and the San Francisco 49ers. Ray brings a wealth of experience in water operation and water distribution to the town, and he'll be a valued addition to our water distribution staff. And I'd like to introduce to you Ray Schoonmaker. Welcome aboard.
That concludes our recognition portion. It's always nice to have those folks here and recognize all the dedicated service we've had. Chief, good morning.
Morning again. First off, I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners for their regular and annual support. And, we have been involved in Fire Prevention Week activities for 25 years. We started with the Awareness Day activities at Station 16 under the leadership of then Fire Chief Romali, and have been involved in those activities for a quarter of a century. So, again, I want to thank you for your support in all those activities. National Fire Prevention Week is always designated during the first full week of October. This event commemorates the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. 300 people lost their lives in that event. 100,000 were left homeless, and a solid 3.3 square miles of the city and all the wooden buildings that it was composed of burned in the blaze. Allegedly, the fire was started by Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicking over a lantern, but that's never been confirmed. Makes for a nice story. The desolation was so complete that residents and workers nicknamed the new building, or the new buildings, the Second City, because of so little of the original Chicago remained standing. And so that's a little bit about the history of Fire Prevention Week. I'd like to change gears for a moment and have you imagine this. It's 3 a.m. You and your family are sound asleep and awake to the beeping smoke alarm. You're tired and confused from the effects of the smoke. You know you need to get to safety, but when you head for the front door, you find the escape route is blocked by fire that's spreading by the second. What do you do? Well, I'm here today to remind us all, if you have to escape through smoke, get low and stay under the heat on your way out. Once outside, assemble at a predetermined location, call 911, make sure everyone's there, and never, ever go back in a burning building. Again, a home fire escape drill should be practiced at least twice a year by everyone who lives in the house. Fire is very, very unpredictable. Seconds and minutes can mean the difference between life and death. We want to ensure that Town of Nags Head residents know what to do in case a fire breaks out, and remind people to have 2 ways out of every home. And that's the theme of this year's Fire Prevention Week. Have 2 ways out. With that, I'd just like to remind everyone about our Fire Prevention Youth Night, October 9th, 2012. It's a Tuesday. It's at Station 16, and it will start at 5:30 p.m. and go through 8 p.m. We will be sponsoring a fire prevention poster contest at Nags Head Elementary School, and we will be involved in elementary school fire education all week. So, Mayor?
Chief, thank you very much.
Okay.
Next item is the consent agenda.
Move to adopt as presented.
Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Sorry, I don't have a copy of that proclamation right in front of me, actually, sorry. It's not on a piece of paper, though.
Technology's not all it's cracked up to be, is it?
Not today. Bear with me, y'all. We're going to go backwards for just a second. This is the Town of Nags Head 2012 Fire Prevention Week proclamation. Whereas the Town of Nags Head is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting the town, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at the greatest risk from fire, and whereas home fires killed more than 2,600 people in the United States in 2010, and fire departments in the United States responded to more than 369,000 home fires, and whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire, and whereas only 1/3 of Americans have both developed and practiced a home fire escape plan, and whereas almost 3/4 of Americans do have an escape plan, however, less than half have actually practiced it, and whereas 1/3 of American households who made an estimate they thought would have at least 6 minutes before a fire in their home would become life-threatening, the time available is often less, and whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half, and whereas the Town of Nags Head first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education, and whereas the Town of Nags Head residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes, and whereas the 2012 Fire Prevention Week theme, Have Two Ways Out, effectively serves to remind us to develop and practice a home fire escape plan during Fire Prevention Week and year-round. Therefore, I, Bob Oakes, Mayor, Town of Nags Head, do hereby proclaim October 7th through 13th, 2012, as Fire Prevention Week. I urge all the citizens of Nags Head to protect their families and practice their home fire escape plan during Fire Prevention Week 2012, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Town of Nags Head Fire Rescue Department. Further, I invite the entire community to attend the National Fire Prevention Week Youth Night on Tuesday, October 9th, 2012, 5:30 to 8 o'clock at Fire Station 16. This third day of October 2012. Chief, thank you very much again.
I wish they could get these this way.
Our next item is public hearings. And number one is a public hearing to consider approval of a conditional use site plan amendment submitted by Gus Sinovus for construction of a secondary driveway for Mulligan's Restaurant. Mr. Lyden?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we'll begin the public hearing to consider this matter. I'd like to first point out that this is a matter in which the board sits as a quasi-judicial body, and of course, that means that the board must meet certain requirements. The board must make its decision based on competent material and relevant evidence, and the decision must be based on the requirements of the town ordinance. The various participants in the matter will need to be sworn. In addition, I'd like to point out that in this matter, no member may be involved in deliberations who has a conflict whereby that person would be potentially something other than an impartial decision maker. Impermissible conflicts include, but are not limited to, a member having a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not subject to change, undisclosed ex parte communications, a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with anyone who is affected by the hearing, or a direct financial interest in the outcome of the hearing. Of course, previously undisclosed ex parte communications which have not caused you to develop a fixed opinion may be cured through disclosure of the facts or information obtained in the record. If any of the other situations are applicable to any of the members of council, that member should be recused from participation in this hearing by the vote of the remainder of the council. At this time, I ask if anyone, any of you have any conflicts which would potentially make you an impartial decision maker, or if you have had any undisclosed communications or information that you need to disclose at this time. Yes, Ms. Walker.
I had a conversation with Gus Zenovis when I went to gather some documents for the Seafood Festival. He just told me that he would not be here because he's on vacation.
Okay, so that wouldn't affect your impartiality?
Doesn't affect my decision-making.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. At this time, all of those who will be providing evidence in support of or relating to this particular matter need to be take the oath that will be administered by the clerk. So if you will please approach the town clerk and receive the oath. All right, at this time, we will begin receiving the evidence as part of this application. We'll begin with receiving the staff's analysis presented by Kelly Wyatt.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. You might recall at your August 1st meeting, the applicant, Gus Zenovis, was before this board requesting some amendments to a previously issued conditional use plan. And it was at that time that the board went ahead and took action to allow the applicant, Mr. Zenovis, to come back before this board as a conditional use site plan amendment to request a additional or secondary exit only to accommodate some overflow parking areas at Mulligan's Restaurant. At that time, the applicant was asked to consider this exit to be located either on Soundside Road or onto South Virginia Dare Trail. Mr. Zenovis has submitted the application, and as you can see, the proposal is to exit out onto South Virginia Dare Trail. Here we go, in this area. This location was determined to be preferred by both staff and the town engineer for a couple of reasons. One has to do with this area right here. Typically, when this parking lot is full, circulation would be to come this way. If there's no parking here, to travel down this aisle. If there's no parking available here, then you could exit out and try again. But because of this, the width of this area here, it's considered a pinch point, so to speak, and it pretty much has to be because this is the septic area, and that is as close to that as they can get. So with this pinch point here, it could really only serve as a one-way in any event. Also, to propose an exit onto Soundside, you're looking at some changes to curbing, drainage. There is a significant elevation change in this area. If you've come through here, you know that there's a slope there. So for these reasons, planning staff as well as the town engineer feel like having this secondary exit in this location as opposed to Soundside Road would facilitate this circulation better. Upon review, staff has determined that lot coverage remains compliant with the ordinance as this additional covered area is predominantly in the NCDOT right-of-way and is not counting towards any additional lot coverage for the site itself. Existing improved on-site parking, that remains compliant. As I said, the secondary exit is to assist customers that are exiting from this overflow area. While no landscape buffering is required by ordinance, the planning or the Board of Commissioners may want to consider requiring some type of barrier to restrict any future cut-throughs. We were thinking that some fencing or vegetation in this area would be helpful to better delineate this secondary exit and to not allow any cut-throughs, as I believe the applicant has expressed customers were tending to do regardless. No additional lighting is going to be necessary for this request, and the Dare County Environmental Health Department has reviewed and no permit would be necessary. The town engineer, David Ryan, has reviewed the proposal, and included in your packet is an email correspondence with him where he has addressed what should be done to help with drainage and conveyance with the location of this driveway or this exit onto South Virginia Dare Trail. The fire department and the public works department has reviewed and approved the proposed plans, and again, those emails were included in your packet. Lastly, as the engineer has stated, a North Carolina DOT driveway permit will have to be issued prior to any zoning permits being issued. So staff recommends approval of the conditional use site plan amendment with consideration being given to requiring that vegetative buffer, as we had talked about, along the property line adjacent to South Virginia Dare Trail, as well as providing adequate signage to ensure that as people are traveling, they know this is a one-way and they understand this is an exit only, so that we don't have people trying to enter from this location. The planning board at their September 18th, 2012 meeting voted unanimously to recommend approval of the requested site plan amendment, along with some type of vegetative buffering in this area and sufficient signage to ensure traffic flow. As Commissioner Walters stated, Mr. Zanovis is not here today, but he does have Mr. Stevenson available to answer any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
All right, does the board have any questions for Ms. Wyatt? Yes, Ms. Sadler.
Kelly, there where you're coming out on Virginia Dare Trail, there was, excuse me, in a previous meeting, I think Chaz Winkler had some pictures of some cars that had been parked to the north of that area. Is that still allowed with this site plan?
Well, what the proposal would be is to go ahead and put vegetation, some type of barrier here and here, so that truly there could be no parking in these areas. As I understand it, cars do park right here. And currently, there is no restriction that would keep a car from parking in this area. But as far as vehicles being able to just come in right off South Virginia Dare Trail and park, that would be eliminated due to this vegetative buffer that we would like to see become a requirement, so that cars would have to exit in and then park.
I did see that as a possible deterrent if you're trying to come out, and there's, you know, as far as your vision. The other question I had when you said sufficient signage, I don't think there was a number in the planning board minutes that they were requiring, and I was wondering if there will be an exit-only sign that you can see from Virginia Dare Trail. If I'm coming north and want to turn in there, will I be able to see exit only right there at the buffering that you're recommending? Will there, can there be an exit-only sign there where you can see it before you actually make the turn to go in?
Of course, if that's what the commissioners would recommend, then that would be a condition of approval.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? Mayor?
Kelly, there was discussion also last time about this driveway lining up so that the lights didn't shine in the neighbors across the street. Does this accomplish that?
It does, and also we did send adjacent property owner notifications to everyone surrounding this site. I have not received any negative feedback from any of the adjacent property owners thus far.
Commissioner Cahoon?
Kelly, the site plan was a little hard for me to read. How wide is the drive aisle coming out onto Virginia Dare Trail?
Let's see here. It is 12 feet, which is what a one-way.
Okay,
It does meet the ordinance requirement.
thank you.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Wyatt? All right, anything further at this point, Ms. Wyatt?
No, sir.
All right, any questions for Ms. Wyatt, Mr. Zanovis? Okay, thank you. All right, any presentation on behalf of the applicant?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Rob Stevenson. Good Gus authorized me to tell you, and in fact, I have the notes in his own handwriting, that it was his intentions to place do not enter signs along Virginia Dare Trail there, so that anyone coming along there attempting to turn in would see those. And one-way signs will be placed throughout that, directing cars as they exit to go out this direction. He also talked to the Skinners across the street, who were the ones that were concerned about the lights coming in, and this is exactly the location that they wished to have it placed at. And I have very little other to say, because I believe she has basically said what we intend to do. As far as landscaping, whatever landscaping you would require, we would certainly put in there.
All right, any questions for Mr. Stevens? All right. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this matter, or if anyone from the planning board? Does the board wish to receive any further evidence on this matter before it begins its deliberations?
Question, what type of vegetative barrier was proposed? It says just a vegetative buffer. Is there a...
There wasn't one proposed, but probably one of the more common things we have in our ordinance is the buffer yard C, which is a 5-foot wide buffer yard, one row of plantings, 5 feet at the time of planting. But being the vicinity to the right-of-way and the site triangles, we could alternate that to allow for better visual. But typically, a 5-foot wide buffer with one row of plantings is pretty common throughout the ordinance.
I guess the problem that I could see with that is if you plant something like Russian olives there, they're going to go wild, and I think your site triangle would be affected in a negative way.
And also, consideration could also be given to something similar to what Sam and Omi's has done, just the very nice bollards with rope that would also provide a barrier as well.
Commissioner
Mr.
Cahoon?
Mayor, he has already put the bollards and the rope there. If you go by, they're already in place.
That's going to be the one thing that I was going to ask. You could have a very nice, that with some low-level plantings to go with it. And I was going to talk about the same thing Kelly did with bollards and rope, but you could have low-level plantings so that you would have some landscaping that would not block a site triangle. Sometimes some of the things we request grow out of control, and then your site triangle becomes compromised. Thank you.
All right, any further evidence for the board at this time? If not, we'll conclude the public hearing on this matter, and the board may begin its deliberations on this application. I will point out that in the materials, in the staff report in particular, there are the necessary 3 findings in order to approve this application. If anyone wants to make a motion, those can be included in that.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Ready for a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion that we approve this conditional use site plan amendment with the 2 conditions by staff, and that furthermore, this findings of fact, the applicant has met the requirements of the town Nags Head zoning ordinance, subdivision ordinance, and other applicable ordinances. The use will not materially endanger the public health and safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted. The use as proposed will not overburden the firefighting capabilities and municipal water supply of the town. And also, this further adopt the statement of consistency with our land use plan.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor and we have a second. Further discussion?
Yes, just one clarification, because the 2 suggestions that staff recommended do call for a vegetative barrier and/or fencing, so clearly rope and bollards is not fencing, so I think that should be clarified. And also low vegetation, not the normal required for the commercial district. So, you know, and they're also saying signage to indicate exit only, do not enter, to eliminate entry directly from South Virginia Dare Trail. So this is saying that he's got to put a exit only, do not enter, and I believe the gentleman said that you'd already planned to put exit only. So I think we need to be a little more specific so that planning staff knows what we approved.
Was there a second to the motion?
There was a second to the
Okay.
motion.
In my feeling, bollards and rope do constitute a fence. It may not be a wooden fence, but it's, I don't know if staff's interpretation, would that constitute a fence?
It would.
Okay, so I think that it does, and that, I think before staff approved and gave a approval or sign off, that they would go up and inspect and make sure that it met all the safety features that they thought would be necessary.
Which
And including-
includes the low
Right. I think they would go.
plantings.
Since staff has already talked about lower plantings and
Okay.
side triangles, I think that they get it. And the exit only do not enter, I believe sometimes you can get those as part of the same sign.
Okay.
So is that clear enough direction for staff on the vegetative buffer? And further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The motion passes unanimously. Our next public hearing is to consider adoption of a zoning, or, actually, 5-minute recess?
Please. Thank you.
We're going to call our meeting back to order and move on with the agenda. Our second public hearing of the day. It's a public hearing to consider adoption of a zoning ordinance text amendment request submitted by Ben Bridgers on behalf of Club Corp.
All right, at this time, we'll begin the public hearing to consider the adoption of a zoning ordinance text amendment to Town Code Section 48-842, which are regulations governing signage within the village at Nags Head. In contrast to the last matter, on this matter, the board sits as a legislative body, and therefore it does not have to receive sworn evidence and testimony. But at this time, we will begin the public hearing by receiving the staff's analysis of this presented by Kelly Wyatt.
The applicant in this matter is Ben Bridgers on behalf of Club Corp doing business as Nags Head Golf Links. They've submitted this zoning ordinance text amendment application, which would permit one identification sign for the Nags Head Golf Links along US Highway 158 at the main entrance of West Sea Chase Drive. The applicant submits that this signage would help alert visitors and homeowners to the Nags Head Golf Links. Where they would like to place this sign, we have an aerial photograph up here to help, is in this grassed median here at West Sea Chase Drive. This median is actually owned by the Village at Nags Head Property Owners Association, not Club Corp. So essentially, without the adoption of this text amendment, for Club Corp to place any signage on the village POA property, it would be considered off-site signage and would be a violation of our ordinance. So that's why the amendment is, the requested text amendment is before you today. Included in your packet is a letter from the Village at Nags Head Architectural Control Committee, and they have reviewed their request and have granted preliminary approval for the signage with the dimensional requirements as noted. The restrictions by the Village Architectural Control Committee are consistent with what the town code permits in terms of the area of signage and area of the support structure and height. So essentially, if the board were to adopt this amendment, there would be no additional amendments to the design standards needed in terms of sign area, copy area, and height of the structure. The ordinance, in recognizing that the Village at Nags Head Special Plan Development Community imposes a more specific and stringent regulation on signage, the code allows the Board of Commissioners to have broad authority to vary or modify the requirements of the section, provided that the intent of the district is fulfilled. And I believe that section of the ordinance, excerpt of the ordinance, made it into your packet for your review. Furthermore, Section 48-842, subsection B, Master Sign Plan, requires that prior to issuance of a building permit, any signs being erected within the village, that the Board of Commissioners must review that sign design and approve the proposal. So this is simply the text amendment today. If it were to be approved and a sign were to be proposed, it would come back to the Board of Commissioners for their approval. As a public recreation destination for visitors, staff submits that this request for directional signage is appropriate and we consider it worthy of allowing a modification of the strict application to off-premise signage, given the purpose of the sign and importance of the golf links to the village as a special plan development community. Based on these findings, staff recommends adoption of the proposed zoning ordinance text amendment as it's been presented, and the planning board at their September 18th meeting voted unanimously to recommend adoption as it's been presented as well. I'm happy to answer any questions. Unfortunately, Ben Bridgers emailed me this morning. He has jury duty today, and he was unable to attend.
All right, any questions for Ms. Wyatt? Yes, Commissioner.
Kelly, when the board approves this amendment to the ordinance, does it actually open the door for more possibilities of additional signage in the village?
I'm glad you reminded me of that. It would not. If you look at the actual text that's being proposed, the actual section of the ordinance, it is specifically for tract identification signs, Class 3 recreational signs. And the way it's currently written, it states one identification sign for the Nags Head golf links shall be permitted along U.S. Highway 158 for the main entrance at West Sea Chase Drive with authorization of the property owner, the Village Property Owners Association. So the first thing I would like to say is if we could change the text of this a little bit where we have one identification sign, if we could eliminate one and use the word "the" instead of one.
And use the word what?
The.
The, okay.
Instead of one, because it is not going to open up the door for any additional signage. This is for the identification sign specifically for the golf links in the exact location of West Sea Chase Drive. It's not opening it up for any other additional directional signage. And if that were to happen, of course, it would be another text amendment. This text amendment is specific to the identification sign for Nags Head Golf Links at West Sea Chase Drive.
All right. And while we're on that subject, can you change that? Does it make it more restrictive than what we would, I mean, would that be permissible to do that change today?
Oh, no, that'd be permissible, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Why do you think "the" is better than "one"? One seems pretty specific.
I will defer that to the town attorney.
This was my suggestion. The reason I suggested it was because if you look at A, it says one identification sign for each recreational activity is permitted. Then right underneath, this would say one identification sign for the Nags Head golf links shall be permitted. I was afraid that this would lead to confusion, that this is one additional sign in addition to what's permitted under A. And so my suggestion was to make this "the," so that we're talking about the one sign for the Nags Head golf links can be permitted in that area. That was my reason.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have a
Yes.
question, but I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time. It's about the letter that was enclosed in our packet from the homeowner association.
Would this be appropriate?
Kelly, if we could go back to the aerial photo. It shows that. Now, the letter from the Property Owners Association talked about size, but it also says that it must be set back at least as far from the road as the village sign from US 158, is that correct?
Yes.
However, it says the location is the east end of the main entrance sign. Don't those two things conflict with one another? If one is set back at least as far from the road as the village entrance sign, and yet the new one is to be located east of that, those two things seem to conflict with me. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think the wording was the east end of that island,
Oh, is that
and
what
it's
it
a
said?
different spot. East end of the main entrance island,
Right.
which is right there. And then that's the Village of Nags Head sign.
Okay,
They're saying
all right.
it's got to be there, but
It's
set
got to be
back.
at least even with that. Okay, thank you for that
Oh, okay.
clarification. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Wyatt? All right. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Is there someone here from the Village of Nags Head? Or from the Property Owners Association? Guess not. Does anybody else wish to comment? Any member of the public wish to comment on this proposed text amendment at this time? Does the board wish to receive any further information about this matter before it begins its deliberations? All right, if not, we'll conclude the public hearing on this matter and the board may deliberate on this proposed text amendment.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to adopt.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion?
I'm assuming that Doug wants to move to adopt as presented, but I would like to ask him to consider changing the word "one" and make it the word "the" in item Part 1, FB. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
I beg your pardon?
Sure.
Oh,
Okay
sure.
with the motion maker, okay with the seconder?
Okay.
And my second included the statement of consistency as well.
Yes, ma'am. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The motion passes unanimously. Item H, reports and recommendations from the Planning Board and the Planning Development Director. Good morning.
Good morning. Specifically, I'm bringing to you a request for a possible motion and consideration from our State Transportation Planning Branch, who are working with the Albemarle Rural Planning Organization on a comprehensive transportation plan for Dare County. You may recall that Carrie Morrow from NCDOT came to you in 2011 to talk about the comprehensive transportation plan. And this is a process whereby DOT is looking at all modes of transportation within the county and making recommendations for long-range improvements. As part of that planning process, what the statewide planning branch does is do a travel demand model. And this has a design plan year at 2040, the year 2040, and it tries to project what traffic will be and what the demand on our roads will be going forward to that planning horizon. Normally what they do is use what's called annual daily traffic counts. And the committee that has been working with DOT on this plan felt that it was really important that they looked at specifically our peak season during the summer. So what they'd like to do is, what the committee is asking and what DOT is asking is for your concurrence on this approach to our traffic demand model to use our peak season for planning to look at road demand going forward in 2040. There is in your packet a sheet from DOT which explains a little bit more about the travel demand model. And if you have any other questions, I'm happy to consider, I'm happy to try and answer them now.
Questions for Ms. Teague?
Yes.
I don't think June would present any type of peak day down here. That would be more July or first part of August, not June. And second, if this transportation planning method includes adding 2 more lanes of traffic, I think would be a big mistake. And I, for one, would not endorse that as a member of this board. I'm not going to speak for anybody else but myself, but I don't think adding lanes is the solution to the problem. Personally, I'd like to see them get rid of the suicide lane and make a nice landscape median out there and let traffic turn at designated points that included U-turns. And that would also be a place to dump some of our stormwater, as well as making it nicely landscaped. I think each town may have different goals, and that's what concerns me. Some towns' goal is to move traffic through. I think my goal is to have people enjoy their experience through Nags Head and not feel like their lives are in danger by adding more lanes of traffic and having people cut across them when they suddenly see their turn. And I don't see any of those. I know this is just a planning document, but I think that before the horse gets too far out of the barn, we need to see a little bit more of where they're going with this, with specifics, before giving a blanket endorsement.
Right, and I appreciate your saying that, because it's important to clarify that the demand model is what's being requested here, not addition of lanes on US 158. And in fact, from the public meetings and from the discussions of the committee, the way, the direction that we're hoping to use these traffic counts would be to ask DOT to, instead of consider any more lanes, to look at access management, divided medians, and looking at a long-range plan to integrate bicycle and pedestrian transportation in safer designs throughout the Outer Banks area. One of the things that was interesting to me is that on our traffic improvement program right now is a placeholder for the eventual addition and widening of US 158, as you know. And I guess this was put in there years ago, probably even at the time of the road's completion, with the thought that at some point we may have to widen this road, and certainly there's a lot of right-of-way there. One thing that this committee would like to do is make a recommendation to change that request on the TIP. That's one of the discussion points. So I think what you're saying is very much in step with what has come out of some of the community meetings that we've heard. This request is really just to let the DOT planning branch use traffic counts from June to help us project traffic demand in 2040. And if you'd like to suggest another time, we can certainly take that request back to DOT.
It seems to me that, excuse me, that Renee is right. June is certainly not the example that we have for our problems in the summer. It usually occurs towards the end of July, 1st of August. However, since they are considering the widening, do we want the figures to be the highest? So I don't know if we're good on one side and bad on the other, because I agree. The bypass is wide enough. I think you could probably pave from the Sound to the ocean and still have some traffic tie-up the first part of August. So I am not for widening it. I think that you can do more access control, and you can do median, which I was opposed to 12 years ago when I was on this Transportation Advisory Committee. I see the merits, and I have seen the merits of median. So I'm not against the counting, but what I am opposed to is, what I would like to see is the widening of the bypass removed from the TIP.
I appreciate your saying that, yeah. And just if I may, part of the committee's discussion was to try and capture kind of a middle ground, middle time, where we're also counting sort of in between peak and low use. And so perhaps June was where they came back with. Yeah. So, but we're certainly able to carry back any recommendations that you have now back to DOT as part of this process. Yeah. And I think in the future, what I'd like to do is be able to invite DOT back to tell you their findings and where we're going with the plan and some of the specific recommendations, which hopefully we'll get to in a few months. Currently, I'll just let you know, our DOT planner is on maternity leave, so we're on hold for a little bit, but we're still moving forward.
I share the desire for that grassed median, somehow eliminating that suicide lane. What's the best way to see that might be incorporated in the transportation plan?
It would be, I think, appropriate for the board, if that's truly your thought, to convey that to DOT in a formal way, perhaps with a resolution. Let your DOT board know that. Certainly, if that's something specific you want to make sure is included in our long-range transportation plan, that's something we can bring back to the committee. But any sort of formal recommendation in that, along those lines, would be appropriate.
I've heard y'all support the median and not support the widening of the bypass. Comments from the sub?
Time escapes me. I thought we took this position some time ago, and we've all agreed that nobody wanted to see the bypass widened anymore, and that they didn't want these the proposed additions to the way that they were going to handle traffic crossovers and so forth like that. And the only thing we're in favor of was a green space in between the highways. I don't know where DOT, I know their engineers are busy, but I don't know where they're getting that information, requesting that, because I don't know. But as any other town, remember, Renee, when you had this issue before, Anna was on the board then.
Mm-hmm. And I remember years ago, many DOT reps ago, that the goal was to move traffic. It wasn't to make it aesthetically pleasing. It was the goal to move traffic, and that's where the third lane came. And I think since DOT reps we've gone through several iterations of them since then, that maybe it's time to let our current DOT rep know what our position is. So perhaps placing a resolution on the agenda might be appropriate at this time.
I didn't know that we hadn't done that before. I just couldn't remember.
We did it, but it was like 6 DOT reps ago.
Oh, it was a long time ago, yeah.
Is that board actually active? I know you've reported on it several times, but I just can't believe that they're,
The State Board of Transportation, our representative is Matt Wood. They actually met just this past week here in Nags Head. And the thing about these transportation projects is they'll put something on the improvement program, and it's a 7 to maybe 30-year funding cycle. You have to realize, like, some of these things at the time they're put on, it's almost like a placeholder, and then they think we'll revisit this at a later date. Well, here we are at a later date, and what was put on there may not be appropriate anymore, certainly. And I'd be happy to, with Cliff's assistance and direction, put together a resolution for your consideration if you would like me to.
I'd like to see all the towns join together in doing this, but if that's not going to happen, then we need to go on record saying that we're opposed.
Commissioner Walter?
I wouldn't like to see the bypass widened either. But I also know that when you do the medians, you change not only the physical landscape, but you change what happens to business. Because you limit access to businesses. So that in turn makes basically every business that is not at a cross street where there's a light, you can only exit one way. And so I would just like to see that if that's the path we choose, that there is some consideration about what's out there and proper planning with the median and U-turns and that kind of thing, because you can definitely have a significant impact on business when you do that.
And one of the things that you do that I've noticed in other areas is with signage.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen it to reach this business, take the next left and U-turn, and that may be where we take a look at our signage and make it uniform as we move forward in this. I don't know if that's,
Yeah.
but there are ways that we have to think about.
Yeah. So
And
that's.
Actually, Susie, that was the one reason I was so against medians when I was back on the committee years ago and we discussed medians, because you do limit. You limit, you can't just whip right over there in the left-hand lane and turn into whatever. You have to plan how to get there. And I do know that a lot, like I said, a lot of the other towns, resort towns that we go through, Virginia and of course down in Florida, they do make it easy, and it is with signs. You want to go left here, and you see, and that's where so many U-turns are, But the access roads also help to get to where you're going. And I think we've come to the point where that middle lane is more dangerous than it is not. I mean, it's accommodating to all of us who know how to use it, but the visitors don't know how to use it, and it's very frightening to be over there and you're seeing this car coming right in that lane right to you, and they're going so fast you know they're not going to stop, and you have to move. I'm surprised we don't have more fatal accidents in that lane. But anyway, I'm just wondering if a letter from the mayor to Mr. Wooden wouldn't be more effective than a resolution stating, what we are and what we do and what we don't want. It's just a suggestion, whatever you think.
I really think a resolution from the whole board would carry
more weight. Really? Okay.
Just my thought. And if y'all will work on drafting that resolution perhaps and bring it back to us, and then we can pass it on from there.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion to grant approval to move forward on the comprehensive transportation plan model.
We have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And just in follow-up on other transportation planning news, there are some concurrent processes going on just for you to be aware of. One is that the Albemarle Rural Planning Organization, or the RPO, has contracted with Alta and Greenways Incorporated to do a regional bicycle plan. This will be one of the first regional state bike plans that they're working on. Dare County actually had one of the original bike plan maps that was ever produced by North Carolina. And so we're going to be working with them, as with all the other towns and counties in the Albemarle region, to look at specific planning issues to bicycling and getting that onto the DOT plan. That might include some additional funding being allocated towards things like multi-use trails and bike routes, possibly some additional striping in certain areas, and that will be an interesting project. And additionally, DOT seems to be moving forward with wanting to do a pedestrian and bicycle safety public relations campaign, public awareness campaign on the Outer Banks. There's a meeting, in fact, this afternoon to look at how we can make drivers more aware of the high level of pedestrians and bicyclists we have as a tourist destination, and also to make users more aware and safer. So part of that, we're hoping we'll be able to highlight the importance of crosswalks and improvement to our crosswalks.
Mayor, while we're on this subject, may I make a comment? The removal of the signs that said state law that DOT made us take down has now given the impression that motorists no longer have to stop for people going through crosswalks. I've even had people comment to me, said, well, those signs are gone. We don't have to stop anymore for a crosswalk. So DOT needs to understand the harm they've done to the walking public, that they haven't enhanced safety. They've made it even more unsafe to use a crosswalk now, because cars feel like without that little sign that we had up at our crosswalks that said state law, stop for pedestrians kind of thing, that making us take it down has harmed the walking public.
Just a further comment on that. I just got back from visiting my daughter in Boulder, and those signs are everywhere.
Yes.
And they're on the side of the road just like we had them. So it's...
What we had was proactive. DOT has stepped back into the dark ages again by making us take them down.
Should we do another resolution?
I'm happy to convey that at the meeting this afternoon, in fact. That's a great
If you would
point.
convey that, we will move forward from there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else on transportation?
Last thing I'll tell you is just to reaffirm, in case you hadn't heard, we did not get our grant from DOT for a comprehensive pedestrian plan. We do have in the works several localized planning initiatives afoot. And one of the things I would like to come back to you later is to figure out, we had some match allocated, and I'd like to get your thoughts on reallocating that match towards other planning initiatives which support pedestrian and bicycling safety or other community goals. So we'll be talking more about that. Yes, ma'am.
Elizabeth, what was the amount of the grant that we
had
lost?
applied for a $24,000 grant with a $6,000 match. So we have $6,000 there that was set aside for match. Two of the things that I thought might be appropriate or fit in with pedestrian planning were this boardwalk idea on the sound side, and trying to, we've had some initial meetings with some of our adjacent property owners, and we've been talking with the Coastal Area Land Trust about trying to get their help to negotiate some easements and look at alignments and come up with a master plan. So that might be one consideration. The other is we've been talking with the Arts Council about the next step on Gallery Row. And we had that wonderful meeting, and the Arts Council, I'm pleased to say, just chose a new executive director, and they're very excited to work with us and partner on moving forward. But that might be another initiative that you're interested in supporting, because there's a high level of pedestrian interest there and trying to create sort of a street life that helps the galleries.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I do see our 11 o'clock time specific man here. We've got 10 minutes. I think we can push through our next item and let all those folks that are coming for that 11 o'clock specific have a chance to get here. That's old business. Consideration of proposed updated town board committee policy. This is from our last meeting. And everybody's got the policy in front of them. Comments?
I do have one comment, and it doesn't really have to do with the, I've lost my entire screen, so I have to go by memory. I think the committee did a great job on the policy. I think we talked about this last month. And as I understand it, I talked to Carolyn the other day, when people still fill out the original application that they have been accustomed to in the past, that information will be transferred over to this form for more specific items that I'm assuming that this board will look at when we're considering applicants for various committees. In looking at the number of applicants that we have right now, which I think is the next item, I am very concerned that I don't think we have the diversity that the form or that the committee may have been looking for. And I took out paper and pencil the other day and started looking at the commissioners, for instance. We're not chosen for the part of town that we represent, and I hate that word, represent, because it almost fractionalizes the town. And I hope that's not where this is going, because, you know, I've always believed that if something is not broken, you don't fix it. The town has worked a certain way as committees have come along to appoint people to particular committees that they're interested in serving on. And perhaps we didn't say, well, gee, there's no one from South Nags Head on the CAC committee. Well, it may have been because no one from South Nags Head wanted to be on that committee. So we leave that position open because there's no one from that part of town, so to speak, the diversity issue here. I'm not saying that I don't think the new form has some real positives, but the but is, I would hope that we don't get so specific to the diversity issues that we don't fill a spot with a qualified person, even though there may be 3 other qualified persons from the same area of town. So that's all I want to say about that. Thank you.
Good point. I mean, I think I would see these as more of a guideline than a demand. And that's one of our big problems is getting enough volunteers. Apathy is more an issue than diversity.
If you look at who is out there available for us to put on the CAC right now that's needing somebody, they're all from the same part of town. I mean, they're all pretty much from the central part of town. And it's not because people are not interested in serving from north or south Nags Head. It's just that the occasion hasn't been good enough for them to be able to sign up.
I agree, and I think we need to do a better job of, recruiting a broader section of our community on committees. We have some committees where we have people serving on multiple committees, and the form is just a candidate characteristics where we can kind of evaluate who's currently on the board, and it's broken down into retirees, building, real estate, professionals, gender, where they live, age, that kind of thing, and it's not to pigeonhole us and say, oh, we can't have 2 people from South Nags Head on a board. It's more of, to use Renee's term, a broad brush to say, well, we wouldn't want to have 4 members on the perhaps building real estate and just serving in a certain capacity. No offense, but we do need to. I do think we can do a better job of recruiting perhaps some of our younger population, some of our families. It will give us better information, in my opinion, about a broader view of what our community really needs, for the future. So it's not intended to pigeonhole us, just to give us an overview.
I look at it as a tool, just another tool in the toolbox, but I don't think there's anything in it that's a demand.
No.
It's just general criteria and gives the board general information, probably maybe a little bit more information than we've had in the past to go by. So I don't think adopting this policy is going to restrict any nominee or any appointment based on whether or not it makes a majority. But I think it's just a general guideline for for us to look at.
So, because I did have someone to read the form and print it out and bring it to me. So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing what you all are saying, that you would not, that this board would not look at where the applicant lives so much as all of the other.
Correct.
In other words, if there were a better selection in all of our minds of a person from Nags Head Pond for a seat on a board rather than a South Nags Head, and there are none on the Nags Head, in other words, it is not, again, fragmenting our neighborhood. Our community is still as a whole. We represent the most northern people to the south end of this beach, as far as I'm concerned. So that was what this one person, and then I started thinking about it. You're not looking for so much for location as to qualification.
But, for example, when the Recreation Committee was formed, you wanted people with younger children on there, you wanted seniors on there, because recreation is for all ages, so you needed that cross-section of people, to get a better idea of all of the needs for recreation. So it just helps facilitate
Good.
that.
I'm glad this clears things.
Yeah.
Other comments? Entertain a motion?
I have one more. On this form, the candidate characteristics form, I would like to add one column if we could, and I'll make that in a motion. And it just says serves on another board or committee, because we did put a limit of 2, preferably, in the policy document. And then there's also, it's kind of a three-part thing. The policy, this candidate characteristics form, and then there's another form which helps us when we consider establishing or evaluating current committees or boards. It's just another, a tool. It just has 9 questions on it for us. It's just a planning tool for us. So, you want me to make a motion now?
If you want.
Or is there more discussion? I'd like to make a motion that we approve the policy with the, along with the evaluation form, the candidate characteristics form, to include the line that says serves on another board or committee. And I mean, I've made that motion correctly, but.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second your motion.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. We're going to go to our 11 o'clock time-specific update on water quality from Mr. George Wood with Environmental Professionals. Todd, I've got your name under here to introduce him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. As we well know, George Wood has been our resident expert in the behind-the-scenes work with the water quality that we've done the past 11 years with the septic program. And we met a few weeks ago and discussed formulating some of the stuff we've been working on the past several years. And with this past summer's rainfall events, the questions we've received from several folks throughout the town about how is the water quality, the issues that are going on with stormwater, how closely related they all are together. We figured who better than George to come and speak to you. George?
Thank you, sir.
Here's the PowerPoint on there I'd like to.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and members of the board, I am George Wood. And I've had the great honor to do your water quality testing for about the last 10 years as a part of the Septic Health Initiative, which I think was one of the initiatives that Bob Mueller had brought about. I was kind of hoping he would be here this morning. I don't see him.
He was here earlier.
Okay.
He knew you were coming.
Okay, he may be back, so.
Good.
And okay, not a problem at all, and don't be afraid of the fact that I have a PowerPoint. It's not going to be like that. It's just simply so that there's some graphic depiction of what I'm going to be telling you. Also, the way that I'd like for this to run is for you to ask questions in the middle of the presentation if you feel inclined. Okay. Mr. Mayor, how many hours do I have to make this presentation?
I think 3 minutes is our usual time limit there.
3 minutes, okay. Well, I better start then. Because I can talk about water quality for quite some time, but as I mentioned, the concept of the water quality monitoring was in support of the Septic Health Initiative, and to determine the effectiveness of that initiative by looking at the water qualities in our surface waters and in our groundwater, shallow groundwater aquifer. Our firm was retained to collect data. We were not retained to analyze data. So we haven't, what you're going to hear today is more of my interpretations of the data for the last year and a half, because it represents about the most extreme that you can get down here, from a real drought to a real rainy season. So as you hear people talking about water quality, most people refer to the biological parameters, more specifically to the fecal coliform that's in the water. And it's a very linear discussion. If you have these types of indicators, then you have an issue. And trying to decide what that issue is becomes somewhat more difficult than just simply looking at the data with regards to the biological parameters. So today, I'm going to be talking about a lot of different things that I'm going to hopefully simplify right now. You're going to hear the words fecal coliform, you're going to hear the word Enterococcus, and you're going to hear the word E. coli. Now, you're also going to hear about some chemical parameters as well, and I'll discuss those later on. I'm not trying to be condescending when I mention those things. It's just that it gets a little bit confusing when we start going through this process. But the most commonly tested indicators are total coliforms, fecal coliforms, and E. coli, and a thing called fecal streptococci, which is the enterococcus. All of these are just simply indicators of the biological pathogens that are in water. So fecal coliform in itself is not a problem to humans necessarily, but it is an indicator of those other pathogens that may reside in water that would cause an issue. So in Nags Head, we have been testing for fecal coliform and Enterococcus for the last, I'd say, 8 or 9 years. One of the reasons that we've been focused on those particular indicator species is because fecal coliform was used by the shellfish sanitation to look at recreational use advisories in the past, and we wanted to have a consistent type of sampling that we could relate to that data. That has since changed to their use of Enterococcus as the indicator species. And one of the reasons for that is because fecal coliform doesn't really do so well as far as an indicator species when it interacts with salt water. It dies off quickly. That doesn't mean the pathogens are dead, it just means the indicator species is gone. So you may still have the pathogen, but not the indicator species. Enterococcus, on the other hand, is more persistent. Well, EPA has recently come out with an advisory suggesting that we move away from fecal coliform because that type of test does look at pathogens that reside in warm-blooded animals' intestines. But it also captures a lot of other types of pathogens that are formed in other ways, like rotting wood and those sort of things. So they're now suggesting that we use E. coli, which we currently don't test for. And one of the reasons we don't test for E. coli is because it costs more. It's almost double the cost for the test. It also is not consistent with what we've done over the last 10 years. Almost there, huh? Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and proceed as this comes up. We might have to jump back just a little bit, but yes.
George, if I might just ask you a question right now while we're waiting for Roberta. When you don't have a background on E. coli, are you kind of like starting out from new because you don't have anything to will this show us what you're going to compare?
It will be it will be somewhat difficult to relate the colonies of fecal coliform amounts that we have with any new testing. But in general, if we analyze the data that we have good background data, and then we also have some generalizations that I'm going to make at the end of the presentation. So we have the PowerPoint. A very poor representation of where the sample sites are in the north part of Nags Head, but the important part of this slide is to show that if you look from east to west across the sample sites, you see that we have several areas where those sample sites align. So we have a good east-west type of representation of sampling of water. Now, the importance of that is that we can begin to understand what's happening with our groundwater and our surface water as it moves to the two largest discharge points, or as we call hydraulic sinks, which is the Atlantic Ocean and our sound. So in an effort to try to understand what the water quality is doing in Nags Head, it's important to relate as a transect across the island. Now, I'm going to make some recommendations at the end that are, you can see that there's some points that don't relate to a transect. And I'm going to make a recommendation at the end about possibly excluding those or to include additional monitoring points so we get that transect. If I could have the next slide. In the south, we also have, as you see, some sample sites, and I'm going to suggest that we change the location of some of those sample sites in order to improve the transect, east-west transect. Okay. So, what I did is, you'll be happy to know, is the type of analysis, preliminary analysis I did. I used some 40 years ago when I was pursuing an advanced degree. It's called, let's see, I put a name to it. It's called a best fit method for indicators. I like to refer to it as a linear regression by eye. In other words, I stood back from the data and I squinted at it to see if I could get relationships with that and other parameters. Now, there is a mathematical possibility for looking at the data, which we can do, which is called a linear regression, which would clearly show whether there is a relationship or not. But what you're going to hear, what you're going to see today are my interpretations without using the mathematical approach. So, no surprise, there's a strong correlation of water depth to rainfall. You don't see the rainfall data here, but I went back and checked on the rainfall. One of the things you'll note, and this is the important part, is on the far left-hand side of the chart, you see that the water depths are really deep. That was during our period of drought, and as that drought broke, you can then see that the water depths in our monitoring wells were fairly consistent from that time forward. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the water depths in our groundwater rising over the year, but the data does not suggest that. It seems to be fairly constant after we came out of the drought. It's constant all the way across. Next slide. So now I started looking at fecal colonies to, you need to put it back in the slideshow. Yeah. Fecal colonies to rainfall. Now, once again, there was something else I wanted to mention on the previous slide, and let me back up and mention that. There appears to be no correlation of depth of water with the beach nourishment activities between May 24th and October the 27th, 2011. Someone had brought that to my attention, so I looked at it to see if there was the possibility, and there's none in the data that I collected that shows that correlation. There appears to be a strong correlation between water depths and Hurricane Irene, which even though Hurricane Irene was not a strong rain event for us, it did bring rain, and it did also back water up against the back of the island, which I think has a pretty good effect on water depths. There's a strong correlation of elevated colonies of fecal coliform and a moderate correlation of fecal coliform to rain events in the monitoring wells, which is which is not terribly surprising because rainfall is moderated as far as its introduction of pathogens into the groundwater by the fact that it's got to go through, in most cases, at least a foot or so of sand. So there's only a moderate correlation. Okay, next. There is a strong correlation of Enterococcus and rainfall. Remember, we monitor for Enterococcus in our surface waters, and it's the one that can survive the saltwater influx. So as I began to look at the rainfall, we see these spikes in this chart, and they occur right after rainfall events. And particularly the correlation is strongest when we have a period of drought and then we have a rainfall event. Now, that's going to become important when we start talking about conclusions. We began to see these spikes that really are strong and closely correlated to rainfall events after we've had an extended period of time we don't have rain. Okay? Next one. So, if we were just to look at the biological indicators and try to make conclusions, we would probably run afoul, because not only is the contributors to the biological contaminants in our water related to human pathogens, but there are also animal pathogens, birds, pets, and also other factors. So how do you kind of cleave the two as we start trying to understand the relationship of the water quality data to the septic health initiative? Well, one of the ways to do that is to begin to look at the chemical aspects. Now, this is going to take us on a little bit of a trip here, and I'll try to make it as painless as possible. Nitrogen from septic tanks enter the soil as approximate equal parts of ammonium nitrogen and organic nitrogen. Now, we're going to talk about nitrogen for just a second. When the septic field is aerobic, meaning it's functioning properly, it's probably not, the drain field is not in the water, it's probably doing what it's supposed to do correctly. Most of the organic nitrogen is mineralized within a few weeks to form ammonium nitrogen, okay? So we get everything that's coming in and it's being transformed into a type of nitrogen. The ammonium nitrogen coming from the septic tank is quickly nitrified by the soil microbes to nitrate, okay? Now nitrate, that's the one we really want to remember is nitrate, because we're going to really start talking about the levels of nitrate. However, if the septic system is anaerobic, meaning that it doesn't have oxygen in it, it might be underwater, or it might be malfunctioning. The decomposition is nitrified so that the vast of the nitrogen remains in the organic or ammonium forms. So now we can begin to look at chemical parameters that will tell us whether a system is working or not. If it's nitrate, generally you can say it's functioning well. If it's ammonium, it probably has a problem. So now we have to try to relate the nitrates and the ammonium to not only rainfall but also to our fecal and enterococcus, okay? That's what we're going to attempt to do here. When I looked at the data, there's a strong correlation of nitrate nitrogen to rainfall at Nags Head Village number 2 and Nags Head Village South Ditch. That means that there is a lot of nitrogen going into those ditches, and it can come from one of two sources. One would be probably functioning septic systems or surface water runoff from golf course maintenance, for example. So the problem in Nags Head Village area is that it's a little bit confused by the fact that we have a golf course there and they may do maintenance. We don't know what that is. Next slide. There is a moderate spike of nitrogen, nitrate nitrogen in Old Cove, and that's Nags Head Cove. Number one, which is, and it has no relation to rainfall. Now this particular monitoring well sits in someone's yard and probably sits close to their septic system. So this is good news for them. This means their septic system is probably working pretty well. Didn't see any other correlation that we could draw a real strong relationship to. Okay. Now we had a spike of ammonium nitrate, nitrogen at Juncos number 1, which is not correlated to rainfall. Now, Juncos is in South Nags Head, as you well know, and the monitoring well, Juncos number 1, is on the ocean side of the public access right there at Juncos. And it's the one closest to the road, because we have 2 monitoring wells there, one close to the road and one towards the ocean. The one towards the ocean doesn't show ammonium nitrogen spiking like Juncos number 1 does. It's an interesting phenomena, and I don't have an explanation for it, but it will result in a recommendation later on. So keep that in mind. All right, let's go to the next one. There's a moderate correlation of ammonium nitrogen to rainfall at South Ditch, which is along the bypass towards the south, Nags Head Village South, Nags Head Village number 1, and Old Cove number 3. Now, Old Cove number 3 is a surface water in the Old Nags Head Cove. Okay. Nags Head Village 1 is the water outlet right there at the right next to the golf course going out to the sound. And Nags Head Village South is a sample out of the ditch that's along the bypass. Now, what is not known is if the ammonium nitrogen to these areas is being contributed by septic systems that may be impacted by high water table and thus making it go anaerobic and therefore not functioning properly. Or if there's other contributors, but it's going to result in some recommendations as well, not the least of which is, and I'll go ahead and give you a precursor to this, is that we know that we have an older subdivision here, which is Old Nags Head Cove, and I think it would be a fabulous opportunity for a focus of the Septic Health Initiative to work with that community and pumping out some septic tanks and seeing how it affects the water quality there. We have some really good data there. We have really good transects, and it appears that they have a need. Next slide. So that's nitrogen. We have phosphorus also that we sample for, and it also enters the septic field as an organic and inorganic form. And the inorganic usually reacts with clay particles to form insoluble mixtures, which means that it generally doesn't move very far. It chelates between the clay and just kind of gets trapped there and doesn't move. The only exception are very sandy soils, which we have, or when the soil is saturated and water from septic tanks move to the surface. So, when significant amounts of phosphorus added to soils from septic tanks move more than a few feet from where it enters, it usually indicates drainage problems. So, we see a strong correlation of phosphorus and rainfall at Nags Head Village South. That's the sample point right along the bypass. Now, here's the deal. That very well could be phosphorus that comes from the maintenance and work being done on the golf course. That's something that really needs to be looked at, is what their turf management system is at the golf course. Okay? Now, we have a moderate correlation of total phosphorus to rainfall at Juncos 1. Remember, that's the one that's on the ocean side in South Nags Head. Very interesting. And Old Cove number 1, which was, as I told you earlier, the one that had high nitrates and appeared to be functioning properly. So that's a little bit of an anomaly that we'll have to look at a little bit more. All right. So what you have heard so far is that you just can't look at the biological indicators and really find out anything other than the fact that you might have elevated biological indicators of pathogens in your water, either surface or monitoring water. So when you read a report that says we have elevated fecal coliform, you got to have more than that. Don't be swayed by just the biological indicators. They're strong indicators, but you also have to have the other parameters to really understand what the source is. Now, an alternative to that is a very expensive testing where you can determine if the indicator species comes from a human or some other warm-blooded animal. So the best we can do with the data we have is to look at the chemical and the biological parameters combined. So here are the recommendations. And I've just briefly shared these with Todd, so I apologize, Todd, if I throw any curveballs at you. But Todd and I have discussed about continuing the study with certain modifications. And over this winter, we're probably going to talk about that and find out what we need to modify. I think that it probably is beneficial to expand the scope to allow for the analysis of data and maybe an annual report that would more clearly represent what we found in the previous year. I think it will be important to correlate the data to the septic pump out schedule. I'm wondering if we don't need to terminate sampling at Nags Head Pond. Now, this is where the study kind of gets needs some guidance from you guys. Is that if we're just looking at the effectiveness of septic tank pump out, then Nags Head Pond is an important area to continue to look at. Because we can see if we do an aggressive pump out program with Nags Head Pond people, whether the water quality in their pond is impacted by that program. I can tell you also that we probably need to inform people that their pet waste are having a tremendous impact on that pond as well, because almost everyone there has a dog and or some animal, and it's contributing to the input of these biological indicators into the pond. But the reason I suggest if we remove Nags Head Pond is if we're looking at the general water quality of Nags Head, Nags Head Pond is not connected to the drainage system of the rest of Nags Head. I can't find any connection at all. Now, if there's a desire either to continue with the study in Nags Head Pond as a septic health initiative effectiveness study, then yes, we should continue to do that. Or if there's a desire to connect Nags Head Pond to the general drainage system in Nags Head, then we definitely should continue to look at Nags Head Pond. Okay. I think we should eliminate Blackman sampling or add other samples to create a transect. I mentioned that you saw that was one little dot there that just didn't relate to an east-west orientation. That's a monitoring well at Blackman. I suggest we eliminate conch outfall testing because it's not associated with the transect testing, or add another sample on Wrightsville to give us some sort of transect reading at conch if you want to keep all the ocean outfalls in the study. It's hard to see from that chart that I provided you, but there's a huge area of town that isn't represented in the study, and that's the area right around Whalebone. And so there may be some benefit to creating another transect in the Whalebone area. I think we should move the North Ditch sampling to Juncos and eliminate Juncos number 2 sample, because it's really not providing us with any data that relates to what we have been getting. I think it would be beneficial to continue the monitoring through the winter months, maybe not at the intensity that we do it during the summer, but to some degree during the winter, so we have a continuity and the ability to analyze whether the water quality impacts are associated with the number of guests that we have here in summer, or if there's increased biological activity by animals in the summer that impacts our water quality. Ms. Adler, I think you had mentioned that maybe changing to E. coli could be confounding with regards to the historic data that we have, but I'm recommending we change to E. coli because it more clearly represents pathogens that are associated with human intestines than with other parameters like deteriorating wood and those sort of things. I suggest that we eliminate the fecal coliform or the E. coli testing for surface waters, but continue with Enterococcus for the surface waters only, because we're studying both of those, and it appears that they are strongly related to each other, so we don't need to spend that additional money for that additional testing, which maybe would allow us to expand some of the other testing areas and still stay close to what the budget is we have now. And my favorite one is to establish a program regarding pet waste management. I know that y'all have provided a lot of pet waste stations at public access areas. We just really need to let people know that why it's important to use that opportunity to clean up after their pets, and how it would improve the water quality and in general would make the water quality in the town of Nags Head even better than it is. Now, with all that being said, the water quality in the town of Nags Head is in good shape. I think that the fact that we've been able to look at drought conditions and rainy conditions, a rainy season, together has allowed us to make some broad assumptions, one of which is that the only time that we see really extreme conditions is when we go from extreme weather examples. We go from a drought to a rainy season, all of a sudden we see these spikes occur. And that suggests to me that a lot of the issues that we're dealing with are surface contributors to water, such as pet waste or wildlife waste. I also feel like what I see from the monitoring of the ocean outfalls is that as we have irregular rain events, the impact to the ocean waters is mitigated because we don't have that first flush coming through, which creates the high biological outfall in some of our ocean outfalls. So if we have a really dry period and then we have a wet period, you probably don't want to swim near the ocean outfalls until that water gets through. And that's my recommendations. That's my report. I'll be glad to answer any questions. And oh, I do have one more recommendation. The real way to quantify what we've seen and what we are going to see is by doing what's called a multivariate linear regression. It's a mathematical. I'm an insufferable scientist. It's a mathematical way to clearly show the relationship of different parameters to each other. And I know this data has not been reviewed for multivariate linear regressions because I only know of 2 people in Dare County that probably can do that, and I'm one of them. And the other one's my son. So I mean, I don't know that there's a lot of people that do that here. But I suggest that we start looking at analyzing the data using some sort of an advanced mathematical tool, which would give us more quantifiable relationships.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me start. George,
Yes, ma'am.
why are you showing these, I think it was ammonium nitrate differences there along the, where the village at Nags Head, all of their residents are on the central sewage system?
Right.
Shouldn't there be just one steady whatever unless the system is, well, anyway.
I'm almost. I'm gonna take just a little bit of time here. I'm a scientist, and so I'm riding down the road and there's a cow, a brown cow. And you ask me, what color is the cow on the other side? And I say, well, I don't know. He's brown on this side. That's all I can tell you, because we haven't been able to observe the other side. Now, that's how a scientist thinks. My guess is, being very unscientific, is that the contribution is from turf management.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you recommend that we find out what turf management is using that would contribute to these numbers?
It's not necessarily something that is that's a problem to the surface waters as far as looking at it from the septic health initiative aspect. But it would be interesting to know when they fertilize and how much they fertilize, and then we could start to correlate that and see if indeed it is coming from the turf management practices. And you know, I mean, I don't have any reason to say that's the cause, because I really don't know what color the other side of that cow is.
I do, it's brown.
It's brown, okay.
Thanks.
Yes. Overwhelming, huh?
It's a lot of information.
Yes.
Trends, George, you've been doing this for 10 years. Have you identified any trends in our water quality? Is it improving? Is it staying the same? Is it going down?
Like I said, we've only analyzed it 1.5 years, and I haven't looked at the other parameters. It takes a tremendous amount of time to look at the data and just haven't. I mean, we spent 3.5 days last week looking at the data. So just in a year and a half.
Okay, I guess a couple of other questions. We've heard a lot of discussion about water in ditches, and you are sampling from some of these ditches?
Absolutely.
Okay, and again, is the fact that the water is standing in the ditch, does that mean that it contributes to poor health? Has it got, Mike, well,
I was really hoping that maybe the one example of recent ditch maintenance, which is the south ditch, Nags Head, would show some improvement in water quality because it's now flowing. Now, the data doesn't show that, but that's an anomaly situation, I think, with, not compared to like South Nags Head. I think South Nags Head with the water standing in those ditches is problematic. I mean, you just over time you get the water there, and so you begin to get the chemicals and the pathogens and they start to accumulate, and the water evaporates, and so they begin to intensify because the water really in South Nags Head, in large part, except for that in the very extreme South Nags Head, it goes out the ocean outfall, either goes out that way or it goes out towards the west through the series of drainage ditches to the sound, which is quite some distance away. So, ditch maintenance is I think is something to really look at. And I think the town is in pretty good shape with your ditches in general. I'd stay on that.
and can you give us some idea on what it would cost to analyze our 10, I mean, it's great to have 10 years worth of data, but if you don't analyze it, it's not as useful for management, it wouldn't seem like.
Yeah. I can give you a price on that. But I think maybe.
Can we get a better price from Miles?
It probably. It may be as important to look at analyzing the data as we go forward and just going back and doing linear regressions on a little bit of the data in the past. Because I think what you asked me earlier about what the trend was, and I do look at the numbers. And I think they've been fairly, except for these little peaks that we've been seeing, I think it's fairly consistent. I haven't seen anything other than weather-related events that really changed the whole data. And interestingly enough, is that most of the places where I sample, and most of the talks that I do, I get a tremendous amount of demand when it's raining, and the phone don't ring when it's not. So, I mean, it's just fairly, it's fairly consistent with the public view of what's happening, is that when you run into rain events like we've had this year, and you must know that in July we had almost 100% more rain we usually get in July.
You don't have to tell us that one.
Huh?
You don't have to tell us that
Yeah.
one.
Well, in August, we got 97% of the rain more rain than we usually get. So, according to the rain gauge at Manio Airport. So it's been a really wet year, and a lot of people don't realize just how wet it's been. I mean, this has been historic as far as I can remember. And I've only been here 30 years. And the events that really impact Nags Head in particular are not necessarily the large event like a hurricane. The ones that really create the issues are the series of rain events that you have where your groundwater is never able to rebound, recover. It just rains, and then it rains some more on top of that. And your systems are working, but they can only work so fast. And you only want them to work so fast.
Last question. Do you see any difference between the area in town, the village of Nags Head, that has central sewage and the areas that don't? Do you see greater or lesser amounts of pathogens or indicators in either of those areas? It would seem like if you don't have the impact of the septic tanks in the village of Nags Head, whereas you do have that in the canals at the Cove, for example, would be one of the spots you would expect to see that.
Yes. The areas that could really benefit from a focus on the septic health initiative are Old Nags Head Cove, Nags Head Pond, and possibly South Nags Head. I'm still confused a little bit about that data, but probably some of those down there could use help. The village does have these peaks of pathogens, but they're more closely related to rainfall events, whereas the chemical indicators are also related to rainfall events, but usually after a drought situation. So that just gives me a better feeling that it may be the turf management, and it may be also, and I don't play golf, so I haven't been out on the golf course, but a lot of golf courses attract geese, and they can be a fairly big contributor to your pathogens, and so that big area out there, there may be a lot of wildlife that's contributing. And and I really want to stress again that I don't have any data that says that there's anything that's an issue with the turf management. It's just that it may be that because there's no reason for there to be a septic issue in that area.
Mr. Walter. Mayor Pro Tem? Yes, ma'am.
I think the budget part comes out of the septic task force budget. In that, I guess, Cliff, I should ask you that. I'm just wondering, George, you made some recommendations of moving some of your well sites, closing down some, and perhaps digging others. And you also suggested to this multivariance linear regression study you and your son do. I just, I hate for him to come up here and give us all of this information and us not to go ahead and see about doing what he's suggesting. But I'm also looking at the cost. Is there some way we can have Todd get with George to get us an idea of if we do everything, what is it going to cost? I'm sure it'll lower the cost since we are going to close some of the well sites.
I'm sure it will.
Yeah, okay. And go from there, because some of them, I think, you mentioned Nags Head Pond. I really don't see any correlation there at all anymore. And the one that's on the ocean front at Junco is not giving you anything. So, I mean, I just think you have some great suggestions, but we need to find out what it's going to cost to do it.
Well, I know budgets are tight, and that's the reason that I was looking at what effectiveness there were in some of the testing insights that we were testing, so that if we did, if Todd and I did propose an alternate plan, that it would reflect more of what you're trying to achieve, and try to stay close to the budget. Yeah. Because if we did probably everything we would want to do in order to clearly understand what's happening with these water quality parameters, you would have to abandon your street maintenance program and probably a few other things. Because I mean, the lab tests and the science part of it gets really expensive quickly. Mm-hmm. And I haven't gotten a price on the E. coli testing yet. I talked to the lab the other day, and they said it's basically double what it is for fecal.
Well, those are the kind of things that I'd like to find out, because if that's the best way to test water quality, then that's the one that we're going to have to start testing. But how often would also be how often do you have to test? I know I used to have one of the test wells in my yard in the cove. I always tested great, but you're saying that the cove should start looking at their septic tanks.
Yeah, the suggestion there comes from just the canal reading, okay? Just understand that the wells that the monitoring wells we have in Old Nags Head Cove, one of them shows really great water quality with regards to nitrates. I mean, it's a functioning real well. It may be one of the tanks that's been in your pump out program.
Right.
Mr. Green?
George, I looked at all the sites. One of the things that we continue to struggle with over years are the ditches that run east to west in South Nags Head. Do we do, I don't see a monitoring site on any of those.
There are none.
And that's part of what spurred some of this presentation, is there was a paper done by I think some graduate students that looked at those ditches down in South Nags Head, and the Park Service passed it on to us and said, hey, we think your septic tanks may be impacting our water quality. They didn't take an awful lot of samples, so it was a fairly narrow group of data. And I knew that we've been very diligent about sampling over the past 10 or 11 years, and so it seemed appropriate to have our experts come in and take a look at it as well.
Yeah, and it also depends on if there was an event that occurred before they took
Yes.
it. I mean, there are certain to find data points after events occur, but not on a steady line of constant monitoring. And that's why I asked about
Maybe it would be a
that.
good idea to include one in that area.
And are there other sources of water sampling data, George?
Yes.
Has anybody else been sampling the state? I'm sure State Shellfish does some sampling.
Yes, and we correlated some of the data with theirs. It correlates very well, and so we could roll that data into the overall analysis if we need to, if we can get the raw data. For instance, the report that you mentioned, I'd be very interested in getting the raw data there to see the dates, the parameters they used, and the parameters they tested for, to see if there's anything more than just a casual. As I mentioned in the beginning, most people just casually look for these biological indicators and they go, oh, you have an issue. Well, that's not the case. It's a little bit more complicated than that, unfortunately, or fortunately.
perhaps you should formally request that data.
We can. I'd like to propose to the board that we ask Mr. Wood and Mr. Kraft to get together with the manager and come back to us with a proposal on changes. I know you've made some suggestions on changing some well sites and some parameters. But if y'all can get together and bring it all back, I don't know that Todd had an adequate chance to look at all this information either. And Cliff, I'm sure you can add to this, the money part. Anyway, any further questions for Mr. Wood? George, thank you very much. Very, very interesting. I'm not sure I understood every bit of it, but we got a good start anyway.
The brilliance of Einstein was he was able to make very complicated topics simple for everyone to understand. I didn't know Mr. Einstein, but I'm certainly not an Einstein. So I'm sorry for the complication.
Thank you. Y'all, I think we've got more to do than we can do
Think so.
before lunch. I'm going to go ahead and let's call a lunch recess until 1:15. Does that suit everybody? Okay, we're going to stand in recess until 1:15. We're going to come back into session after our lunch recess, and our next item is I-2 under old business. It was consideration of board and committee appointments or reappointments. This was something that we had on September 19th, and back up for discussion. I'll open up the floor.
Mayor, under the Board of Adjustment, Jack Cooper, which is the chair, and I don't know how you want to handle this. Technically, the chair is the mayor's appointment. We've done it as a board in the past, but I'm going to make a motion to nominate Jack Cooper for reappointment to the Board of Adjustments.
Okay. Let's do it by the board. I think that's a better system than just the mayor doing it. Entertain a second to that?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
If
All-
you, go ahead, excuse me.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Mr. Cooper is reappointed unanimously.
Would you like a further motion to make it?
Keep on going.
I'd further like to make a motion that Jack Cooper be reappointed as the chair of the Board of Adjustments.
We have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion?
Question, we appoint the chairman?
We've done it as a board for the past,
I guess
Yes, for the Board of
I
Adjustments.
guess I never paid attention.
For the Board of Adjustments, we do appoint
Do
the
we? Yeah,
chairman. I don't
okay,
think the other
that's
ones we
fine.
that's the
necessarily.
state statute.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, fine.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Citizens Advisory Committee. Y'all, looking at our list of applicants, Mr. Edwards is really the only one that has indicated the Citizens Advisory Committee. And I'm not sure how our new policy should play into these appointments, y'all. I'm open to suggestions on how our new committee pieces, that would be the second committee that Mr. Edwards would
It
be
is,
on,
and we
but,
have two,
There's precedent for
a
that.
limit of two, so on there.
It would not violate the new policy.
No, it would not.
Can I just, it seems to me that we have two vacant, well, three.
Actually, John White's term expired on the, looked like it
May.
expired on the Citizens
With
Advisory.
May? Yeah, May. So if we fill the two vacants and reappoint, John would be full, is that what I'm looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to, and I don't think it was covered, or maybe it was in the new policy. I meant to look at it again at lunch, but didn't. The absenteeism, was that in the new policy?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, and what did the new policy, can you refresh me?
Hold on.
I
I
mean,
believe it limited to 3, or it gave 3 as a cause for dismissal from the committee.
Okay, okay. Because we do have some, well, we have some people that are being vacant, probably more than 3. I'm going to suggest that when we do fill these slots, that we remind each new member that we choose of the new policy, and particularly the absenteeism part of it.
To tell you the truth, I think the new policy should be sent to all boards and committees.
Yeah, it would be a
and
great
everyone.
idea. Mhm.
That seems very reasonable, though.
Okay. All right.
Any suggestions for the Citizens Advisory Committee? I'll put Bob Edwards on that, make that suggestion as Bob Edwards. I would like to also see us seek out some more, I think Susie said it, youth on some of our committees. And I'm not sure where to find those folks. Maybe we can go to the Y or something.
But I would also like to point out that perhaps the meetings schedule, and if you're going to reach out to younger families and so forth, or younger people with families, that 9 o'clock in the morning might not be the best time, as possibly all of them work, and that might be an item for discussion with the Citizens Advisory.
So noted Monday morning.
But-
We will meet Monday, this coming Monday, and we have a couple of people, but we didn't get a chance to get back to them and to you, since we got this list.
I'll second Bob Edwards.
Further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign.
You know, will you,
No, ma'am.
I was just going to say, perhaps we can put something on our, on the website and perhaps Facebook and tweeting, as far as, you know, just seeking people to serve on boards in the town of Nags Head, and, you know, the importance of having a broad base of our citizenry.
I know we have that. I know they keep it on the, pretty much on the website all the time.
Roberta does a, I'm not sure it's weekly. Is it weekly at the end of, on Friday? She does a beautiful job, and since it's something changing, ever changing every week, it would be a great idea if she could, you know, earmark board needs on that. And saying that, since the co-chair, Mr. Perry, said that they will be meeting Monday, we may want to, if they're going to change the time of the meeting or think about it, we may want to hold off on the, I'm just suggesting.
No, I think that's a good idea.
Because I don't, as far as new people, I don't see anybody else other than Bob Edwards. So if they're thinking about changing the time, you may get some really more interest in that board.
And that 9 o'clock in the morning time is extremely difficult.
Well,
if you've got a job, if you're working.
You have a job, you cannot do that.
Now that note that Roberta sends out, that goes to the whole sunshine list, is that correct, Roberta?
Yes.
So that would be,
The weekly email broadcast goes out to people who subscribe to it. The sunshine list is different and kept by Michelle.
We can send it there.
We can send it there.
send it to all the email addresses we've got. Okay, does that suit everybody then, to hold off on appointing that next
I think
piece there?
yes.
Okay. Very well. New business, we've covered our update on water quality and devoted a considerable amount of time to it. It is extremely important to us. I've got to study some more to understand exactly what we heard.
I do.
Ms. Teague, consideration of revised street lighting policy.
Committee reports.
Oh, sorry, y'all. Just going right over those. Committee reports. Beg your pardon. Commissioner Sapp?
Briefly, September the 30th is the Tourism Board. We met. We're revising the bylaws. We're adding a mission statement and going over our other statement. What is it? Anyway, so I'll let you all know when we get that. But it'll be good. Then we're doing kind of a low-key buy local campaign. Trying to put emphasis as if you can buy it here, why leave town to do it? The new welcome stickers, you get that for your vehicles. You can get it from any of the, welcome centers. So it's pretty. And visitation numbers, all of the welcome centers is still good. Jockey's Ridge went up. I think it was because it didn't rain. See, we get the numbers, a month later. In fact, we just now, at the end of September, got the August figures for sales tax, which are still down. So that's prompted us again to pay more attention to buying local. And let's see, be sure to look at the new Our State magazine. The Seafood Festival has a great ad in there, and there's a wonderful article on the Pioneer Theater. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Graham?
No, thank you.
I would just like to report on the Seafood Festival Committee. Plans are moving ahead. It's coming up very soon, October 20th at Windmill Point from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. We have all kinds of wonderful restaurants participating and food vendors with serving local catch. We have artisans and craftsmen, locally made, handmade items. It was a juried show, so it's very quality quality merchandise, we have nonprofits, we have a kids zone with activities throughout the day, we have bands scheduled throughout the entire day, and it's coming along nicely. We're expecting a great turnout. We have, as Anna said, we have ads in Our State magazine. We have some interviews coming up on WRAL, WITN, the Hampton Roads Show. Most of our visits to our website have been, we've had them from all over the country. We've also sold quite a few tickets so far. I think we had 2,000 tickets sold as of earlier this week. A large part of the visits are coming from KDH, but the second place is Washington, D.C., followed by Richmond, and then the Tidewater area. So we're definitely reaching out, which was the goal, to bring people in the off-season. And if you haven't seen this is the Pepsi can with advertising the Outer Banks Seafood Festival. I can't remember how many million of these are out there. So look for that in stores. So it's about Outer Banks Catch and our Seafood Festival. I think this was a great marketing tool, so.
Yeah.
In a store near you.
In a store near you.
That was
So
impressive
hope
to
everyone
me.
can come.
That was impressive to me. Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor, I was absent for the last GovEd meeting. I was in Florida, but I will relinquish my time and report to Roberta. Let her proceed.
Yes, sir.
I'll be brief. The GovEd TV committee met last week. Southern Shores and Duck are starting to videotape their meetings, and the Duck, I believe, is already shown once. Southern Shores will be online very soon, so that'll just leave
More good
one-
local entertainment.
Exactly, entertainment. Information, I prefer to think of it as. GovEd was also working on making sure that their broadcasting during a storm event is more reliable, preparing for backups in case of electricity going out, and that's it.
I have a question for Roberta. With the other two towns doing what we have been doing for a long time, are we having to relinquish any of our time spots? Are we still on the same time?
Not yet.
Let me chime in.
Thank you.
That is something that was discussed a couple meetings, and that possibility might be coming down the road. So therefore, what will happen is, because we have conflicting times, we might have to agree to change our times. For instance, we might get our usual reports one week and then get them on a different day the next, or whatever we can agree to. I mean, it'll come out ahead of time, and you'll be notified, or the board. We'll bring it back to the board. But there's going to be a timing. There's going to be a conflict here eventually when it comes to showing these, because our biggest problem is ours are so long and theirs are a lot shorter. So maybe it won't be.
Well, let me just comment on your comment. Does longevity have anything to do with it?
Well, I would definitely try to work on whatever avenues we can to still maintain the our position. And again, we haven't reached that point yet, but I think the timing, with the channels is going to eventually down the road. There's going to be conflicts. I don't know when that's going to happen. I think so far we'll be able to work it out. But was it talked about at the last meeting? Why I wasn't there?
No, it was not.
Okay, that's good.
But the durations of our meetings do make it a bit more challenging in the scheduling.
Is anyone suggesting that we cut our hours?
I'd be the first one to suggest.
I thought you would, and I'd be the last.
No, not me.
Time limits on comments.
Thanks, Roberta.
Looks like 3 minutes, Mayors, not only for your public commenters, but also for your board members.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think it's the public comments that run us over. Okay, y'all. Thank you for your committee reports. Now to consideration of revised street lighting. Sorry, Elizabeth, I was jumping the gun.
I'm bringing before you a request for a motion to allow us to update our streetlight policy. It fundamentally stays the same, and the objectives are the same. That objective is to provide adequate lighting for safety and convenience while at the same time avoiding objectionable and excessive lighting. What we've done is gone through the policy and actually had this reviewed by Dominion Power to update some of the types of fixtures that are now available. You'll see as we scroll down, highlighted in red and underlined, that we're updating it to the new types of technology that are available through Dominion Power, and we've had to adjust some of the lumens and wattages shown there. Additionally, if you keep going down, we've just tried to clean up a little bit in terms of some of the language that just seemed awkward, and then we had added in there that all new street lights and lamps or fixtures that need replacement will be a 7,000 HPS 150 watt. And again, this is for commercial areas that have lighting fixtures, and we're just trying to update it to the new technology. Kim Allen has been the master of our lighting in town, and he's here to address any technical questions you might have, and I'll answer any questions that I can, which may not be a lot in terms of the technical side. So,
Questions? Any questions for Kim or Elizabeth?
any questions for Kim? Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to adopt the new updated streetlight
Second.
policy.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Our next item is items referred to and presentations from the town attorney. Mr. Leidy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last meeting, I was asked to obtain quotes for obtaining title insurance for two properties which have been offered to the board by George and Patricia Moore. We've done that. Just for clarification, the amount that you would have to pay for title insurance would depend, of course, on the value at which you insure these properties, and that value is somewhat unclear. They're not buildable lots at this point. They have been declared washouts, and therefore there's a zero tax value to them. But just using sort of as a ballpark figure, $25,000 per lot would cost $80 for the title insurance per property. So it'd be $80 per lot. To insure them with the amount of $50,000 would cost $140. So fairly nominal cost, and that's a one-time cost. The other thing, one of the concerns that we had about the town actually accepting those properties is the extent to which a tax lien that has been asserted, has been reported against one of the owners on the other owners, the extent to which that would constitute a cloud on the title and could have any potential ramifications for the town. The amount of that tax lien is a little less than $5,000. And there's real issues with whether that could ever impose a burden on the town. But just because there's a concern about that, that's why it's very good to get title insurance.
And wasn't there something about the street maintenance that we,
Yeah, I think staff was going to give the information on the actual street maintenance, history and or costs. I think it's unclear whether there's been any actual.
was that the email?
That was only if the street was to be put back in place. We're not so sure the street's going to go back, right? I mean, we're not required to put the street back. It was a private street to start off with.
That's correct. If the town was an owner, though, the town would have to share in the actual repair and maintenance costs on the same level as other owners. And it may be that since.
That's what it was. That's
there's
it.
been no
Yes.
maintenance, it's possible that once the town comes to the table, maintenance will be expected. That's, I think that would be concerned.
These are existing streets, not washouts, so.
That's right, the streets do exist.
I still feel, even after finding out what the title insurance would be, that the potential value of this property down the road, when we're all long gone, could be very beneficial to the town. And I think it would be in our best vision for the future to accept these parcels.
Yeah, I got to agree. That's what I talked about and when we talked previously about it. Before we just, scrap this whole thing, we need to see what it's going to cost us. The cost to us at the present time is minimal. Council, what's the, we pay for the insurance, that covers us. Down the road, as far as maintenance goes, how do we find out that answer? Is that something Cliff has to do, or because I don't think that they can hold us. I don't think they can, just because the town is now on board, that we're going to become responsible for maintaining the street.
Not solely, but you'd be responsible on the same basis as all the other owners. All the other owners have to share, so there's a joint maintenance agreement.
Do we know how that maintenance agreement is prorated?
They're equal parts
Yeah, per lot.
per lot.
Per lot. So I guess, say there's 10 lots adjoining that, then maintenance costs will be shared 10.
I think one of those associations, however, according to the email we have, is a voluntary association, for whatever that's worth. But, see, that's what.
Nanceman's agreement's voluntary, but Proteus, it's, the last time they did it was 10 years ago. It was $3,300, and they shared it equally among the 8 properties. Nanceman hadn't done as much improvement over the years as Proteus has.
Question for the attorney. John, if we're looking at taking over these properties, they become part of the town property inventory, but that doesn't make them public access in any way.
No, ma'am, that's right. And in fact, I don't know if you remember, but what we found is that, at least with respect to the Proteus property, there's an express provision that says that the access is for the owner's use only and not for public use,
Well,
general public use.
if the owners of the property are the town of Nags Head, does that not then fall to the citizens of Nags Head? And we start having issues with people on the west side saying, we are owners of that street via the town of Nags Head.
I think you're likely to have those concerns. I think the town has the right to restrict access just like it can in the other parts of town property, but I think you're right there, the expectation, maybe just what you said, that it's now a park. But the town would have the right to regulate the access and use of that property just like it can in any other property in the town. Just like it locks town hall. Same thing.
Well, I've seen how people love to trespass. I
have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Proteus, is there a true property owners association there? Or is it kind of loose, or is it informal? I mean, there's no written property owners association.
I believe yes for Proteus, but no for Nanceman.
And there can be a maintenance agreement, private maintenance agreement, without there being an association as well.
That's right. That's essentially what you do.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about the costs being relatively low, but I'm not sure I see any public benefit to taking the property. I'm open to that argument, but these are washout properties. They're on the beach. I'm not sure where it helps us to take it on, and it may just open a can of worms. Again, it's minimal cost, but there is some cost there.
Let me ask our CRC expert here about what she knows about washout properties in other areas of North Carolina that have been able to get out of the washed out.
We have not dealt with washouts per se. We have dealt with some lots that were unbuildable. And the only place in North Carolina that has applied for and lots then became buildable were Emerald Isle. And that was after a 5-year beach nourishment and a 20-year financial plan. That's how they demonstrated stability of beach nourishment for over 5 years, and their static line then moved a little bit eastward. But they had to show, and actually Carteret County went in with them and showed how that they would pay for beach nourishment for a minimum of 20 more years. So they weren't necessarily washouts per se. They didn't have homes on them. What they had were unbuildable lots based on the static line.
But I don't see these lots ever becoming buildable. Maybe I'm short-sighted. But,
You don't have a long enough range of vision, Bob. So, I'm just kidding. I do. I truly do see a benefit, and I'm just leaving it there.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Well, he's willing, I mean, he's going to give us these properties. It's minimal cost at the present time. We don't, I think that, I mean, we're a governmental entity. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. Whether they're, they can't, I don't think that they're, you're saying they're not beneficial. I don't see where they're detrimental though, either way, so it's the minimum amount it's going to cost us. We're going to have a couple lots at least. I don't care if people put their umbrellas and chairs on them. I don't care.
I guess my point is they can do that now. They're beach. But
Well, what happens to the property? What happens to the property if we don't accept it? What happens to it?
There's not much use to convey it now. Someone who is willing to take a speculative gamble and hope that those lots will become buildable at some point in the future. I mean, there's some value to those lots, so maybe $5, maybe $5,000, but I don't know what it is. There's a value. They seem to be worth more to the people who join those lots than probably they are to anyone else. But there's some prospect that they could be usable in the future, but even if not, the ownership is still there and there's still some value. Whether there's a value to the town or not remains to be seen. I know that one of the things that the manager had mentioned in the last meeting, that he considered using the property's role as a staging area for future nourishment and or other types of projects. I think what we've learned is that it probably would not be usable for access to the beach, but it may be usable for a staging area, a storage area for equipment, et cetera. That might be some potential benefit to the town, a use that the town would not otherwise have right to. As it is, as the chair mentioned, the public does have a general right of access across those properties as they go up and down the beach, since they are, as the town positions, they're in the public trust area. I guess the question is whether you view this as something that's likely to have some value to the town in the future or not.
Well, I don't want to linger on this point, but they are still two pieces of property that are platted. They are actual two pieces of property. So, it's a crapshoot more than anything, and it's a crapshoot that's not going to cost the taxpayers, a chunk of change that's outrageous. This is nothing. This is next to nothing. We're taking these properties and kind of doing George and Pat a favor. And I don't see a problem with it so, I mean, I would recommend that we do it. As a matter of fact, I'll make a motion that we take it.
there we go. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Further discussion?
Would the covenants prohibit what the manager wanted to do?
In terms of access,
No, in terms of storage of materials when it's not a residential use.
I don't know that the covenants require that it be used only for residential purposes. That's probably how it's zoned currently. Town village zoning. Notice. But you would have some control over it.
Are there restrictive covenants on this property?
And it would be typical that it would be restricted to residential use. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Aye. Is that a
I'm opposed.
Okay.
Sorry.
motion fails, 2 to 3.
All right, Mr. Mayor, the only other thing is at the appropriate time, I'd like to ask the board in a closed session to confer with the town attorney during potential litigation.
So noted. Next item is L. Mr. Manager.
Okay, you've heard from Mr. Wood about the water quality, and I'll talk about the water quantity. Up in your packet, you'll see a list of project priorities along with the project proposals from David Ryan that goes into more detail about the scope of the projects, the engineering, design, and surveying required with these projects. Also, you'll see some maps in your packet that will show you where these projects will take place and where the water is designed to be sent. I do want to say that this is a work in progress, and I've got, mainly what I'm proposing right now is the monies to be spent on the engineering and design and surveying. Because once all of this is designed and put on paper, we'll have to go to bid to get these projects done. And there is enough money in the budget right now to be able to proceed without encumbering other funds based on what I'm about to propose to you. Pull up the project priorities. This is listed for you in a spreadsheet that will show the priority as I see it, the project name, project description, the benefit of the project, the engineering and design cost, the construction cost, and those are David's estimate of probable cost. It also tells you the connection possibilities, how these projects would tie into other existing stormwater conveyances in town, and then whether or not it's a public or private use. Clearly, I think we need to get the Vista Colony project complete and the Nags Head Acres project complete before we do anything else. And what we had put in the budget for this fiscal year in stormwater was to continue what we had started in the Vista Colony and Nags Head Acres project and to take that water on down to Blue Jay and then out to the DOT right away and out to the swells there. David has been looking very closely and intently at getting the water out to the DOT system faster, which would, right now the pipe that comes out of Nags Head Acres and Vista Colony stops at Meekins and Barnes, and he's looking at sending a pipe out to the down Barnes Street to the north side of Barnes Street and then out to the DOT system. And that's what one of the projects that I've proposed. That would be $3,690 for the engineering and design cost. And that conventional construction there would be $47,500. That's for that project. Underneath, there are two other parts of this. I'm proposing to you that we go ahead and do the engineering and design studies for that, which total, that's the next two under there. Once it gets to the bypass, there are improvements that can be made once we send the water north and south by improving the swells and also by putting some culverts under driveways that aren't presently existing there. That's, again, the first one, I believe, sends the water north of Barnes Street, and then the next one is south of Barnes Street. Through the project of the multi-use path that we're working on now, DOT is already committed to doing some of those improvements. So I'm not suggesting that we do any construction costs there. And to the north, we're looking at either $44,000 or $18,000 in improvements. But again, I'm not recommending that we do any of that until we meet with DOT to get their approval, and because some of this is improving their system. The reason I'm proposing that we do the engineering for this is because we are sending more water to that system. So it's our impact that's causing some of these improvements. But I do think we need to explore a joint shared cost in this, as DOT has agreed to the south, recognizing that there are some culverts that aren't lined up with the swell there. So I'm proposing under Vista Colony that we do all three of the engineering and design costs and only earmark $47,500 right now for the construction cost. Nags Head Acres, there are, again, what David has suggested, based on the fact that the existing pipe that carries the water from the southeast corner of Nags Head Acres out to the DOT right-of-way, it's a 15-inch culvert. When it went in 30 years ago, it was the right size. It served maybe 3 homes, when it went in. We can enhance that present system by increasing the size of that pipe. It's an old pipe to 24 inches. And that's going to help increase the amount of water that's being carried out of that corner by 2.5 times. The engineering cost there is $3,550. Probable cost of replacing that pipe is $35,000. That's the desired approach. What David has also looked at is adding a new pipe, an additional pipe, to go along with what's presently there. The pipe would run in between the properties, Gail Drummond and Mark Baylog's house. There would be an additional pipe there to help carry, and then it would tie in to the same pipe going out to the DOT system. I'm not proposing that we do that right now. That's something that we can look at. I do think it's worth increasing the flow by 2.5 times to see if that gets us the improvement before we would add an alternate to that. So I'm proposing that we pick up that $3,550 in surveying and earmark $35,000 for the replacement of that pipe. In Northridge, we met with the property owners last week ago, Thursday, 2 weeks ago, tomorrow. I'm glad that we had this meeting before we proposed anything, because it was pretty evident that there was not consensus as far as opening up a ditch or swell in front of my house if I don't have a problem, even though it's a part of the puzzle to fix the solution to either side of me. But the homeowners that are off of Cuddy's, I'm sorry. There were homeowners that, you've heard from Brian Holland, you've heard from Gene, you've heard from property owners about the problem that they've got. It's private water behind them, but it takes up a large part of their backyard. It's where their septic tanks are. They're willing to work with the town similar. I gave the example of what you were in favor of on Memorial Street, to come up with a measure by which they could capture that water, and requesting that the town be agreeable to flow that water out through a present outflow that goes out of, that we enhanced last year. We increased the pipe last year. So that would be a private-public partnership there. And I believe I'm sorry, I've skipped to the third one under Northridge, but that's a $4,050 stormwater engineering project there. I'm proposing that we pay for that because we're sending it into a public outflow, and I feel like there should be some oversight on our part. Yes, ma'am.
It says, if I'm looking at it, you said it was item 4.
Yep,
It's
I'm sorry, item 3.
Okay.
It's the third item under 3. I skipped to that one, I apologize. I'll back up. The Northridge and Cuddy Sark, that cost there $8,685. Can you put that map up? This is somewhat new to the board, and I think it'd be helpful for you to see a map of what I'm describing. Where's my, oh, here it is. Looking up here, there's no stormwater improvements around this cul-de-sac, and water does sheet flow off of this. You can see where that happens, and the water will sheet flow back this way. It sheet flows here. Work here will help these properties in this area, and that's a partly public, partly private water that we'd be conveying. That's $8,685. I'm not proposing at this time that we do anything. This is the other problem area, is Northport. There are no improvements in this area. We need to continue to maintain our swale here, our ditch here, to get the water out on Windjammer. But I'm not proposing, this is a problem area, but it's more private in nature than it is public. This house takes on a considerable amount of water during the heavy rains, but that's the one property. I don't see a big enough public benefit to doing this. This property was just built, sorry for my hand, this property was just raised for a house to be built. It's put water here and it's put water here. We can look at doing some improvements maybe on this corner to convey water out, but again, that's two private properties. The other area that I was describing, if you'll show this out, this is the biggest problem area in Northridge. Water collects on all of these properties here. That's the only outflow for those properties. They are looking at privately figuring out a way that they might be able to come up with the funds, but I feel like they need our assistance, and we want to, again, just like Memorial, I feel like we need to be overseeing the engineering of this. They need to pay for the construction, but I want to make sure that David's looked at it and he's not taking on more water than this system can handle. So I'm proposing for that expenditure. Old Nags Head Place, I don't have really much more to add under Old Nags. Yes, ma'am.
May I interrupt with
Yes,
a
sir.
question on Northridge? Was the subdivision designed with swales? I mean, were there stormwater? And I guess I'm also hearing you talk about conveyance a lot more than about swales and infiltration. And a lot of our past subdivisions have been developed with infiltration in mind,
Correct.
not so much conveyance. And that's good for water quality, but it does occasionally get overwhelmed
Right.
by quantity. Were there swales in place here and they just got filled in, or?
I don't know the answer to that, but when we have gone back and we've looked and there's no, similar to what I did with Old Nags Head Place, I wanted to find somebody other than the town that was responsible for opening swells that were required as part of the plan. And I can't find evidence of that with this.
Cliff, let me ask you a question on Cuddy Sark. The town had a plan 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, to go in and reinstall the swales, and the neighborhood didn't want them. And we were not talking about conveying water, we were talking about opening the swales
Right.
up, and there was great opposition to it.
My recollection of that was that there were never swales there.
I don't believe that. There may have been going years back, but it's been many years since any swells existed. And if I misspoke, I apologize. This doesn't convey water. This keeps it off of our street. I mean, this collects the water off of our street. This won't send, we could possibly send it all the way down and send it out this way, but I think we'd find that's where the opposition would come in. You know, their front yard's not affected, so they don't want it to be affected.
Well, I guess I'm concerned because right now where the cul-de-sac is was where the greatest opposition occurred to even putting in swales.
That's not the sense that the people that after the meeting was over, I had a big map, and I asked people to stay if they had a problem, to pinpoint it, and tell me where the issues were so that we could address them. These are the ones that stayed. These are the ones that brought it to our attention. Those that left wouldn't be affected necessarily by these. I mean, I think you've got people that live in this area, people that live back here that were there that I think were concerned, hey, we don't have a problem, so why are you going to put any swales in our yard? And we're not proposing to do that. But lesson learned from the Vista Colony process, we can only do what we can do. And if once we present the project to them, along with what your yard's going to look like, if that point, then there's opposition. I think it comes to a point where, are you going to take care of the water because it's a problem, or are we not going to because the neighbors, the residents don't want us to? And if that's the case, then we stop.
The other question I have is, as you're going through here and looking at this list of projects, I see a lot of term of swales. Now, I know we all may have a picture in our mind of what a swale is. That's not what we've seen going in the Vista Colony project. So are these really calling for swales, or are they calling for ditches?
Swales. I've also learned that lesson very clearly. And we've gone so far as to come up with a standard for a swale and a ditch with the visual that we can show the property owners as well as the contractors, build this, do not build this.
And so the 8,600 for just there in Cuddy Sark, is there some unusual piece there? If we're talking about putting swales in, it just doesn't seem like that's a huge amount of engineering required for it.
No. I think it was the length of it.
Can you go to that scope?
And I think I totaled in Northridge about $18,000 in engineering costs, if I'm not mistaken, if all three of those were done.
Yep, and like I said, I'm not proposing that we do the 5,500 for Northridge, oh, excuse me, Northport.
Okay.
Is it the length of the problem that the engineering cost more, Cliff? I don't know why that stuck in my head when I was reading this.
If you could go down to the, just keep scrolling down. I think it's partly that, and I also think there's no data already that David can assume. He's starting, I believe, from scratch.
Can't use LiDAR data that's out there? That's a possibility. That's Northport. That's the one you're not recommending, correct?
That's correct. Keep going down. There should be a breakdown of costs.
I think Cuddy Sark might be above that one, actually.
Here we go. Is that? No, I'm sorry. Maybe it is. I'm looking for this for Cuddy Sark.
I think it's task A, the 8685 total, subtotal.
It's the surveying. That's the big cost for this, is the survey data that must not presently exist.
Okay, that's what it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Old Nags Head Place we talked about last time. This is solely to do work to find out what we can do to get the water off, primarily at the cul-de-sac at the end of Linda Lane where it is standing. So that's the low point. That's where all the water on Linda Lane comes down, and the only way it can absorb through is infiltration right now. It's my hope that we can get that water off of our right-of-way, get it off of the street, and again, the only place that I know to send it, the easiest place to send it is back again to the DOT right-of-way. I think that's less cumbersome and less problematic than sending it out through the outfall, which is serving Memorial Street very well. So I'm proposing that engineering be done. Nags Head Pond, again, I'm proposing that $770 to find out if we can, if infiltration is the only thing that can be done, then we'll know. Or if there's a way to be able to get the water on both sides of Water's Edge down and out under the bypass and through the culvert there. That $770 will tell us that. I am proposing the culvert be replaced, the deteriorating culvert between Nags Head Realty and Dirty Dick's. That surveying is, or that design is $2,235, and we're estimating $30,000 to replace that. At Seven Sisters, there's really no design work that needs to be done. I met with Alan Russell last week out on site, and we walked the site and we looked at where some ditches need to be opened. We're working with the Property Owners Association. We're working with DOT to get the word out that where we can open up some of these ditches. That water does convey out to the ditch between Village Realty Office and Nags Head Town Hall, but there are 2 driveways that do, we talked about this last time, that do not have culverts. And those, in order to convey and not simply infiltrate, we need to get culverts under those 2. They weren't put in place at the time. Why they weren't, I wish I knew, but we're estimating about $10,000 to get those done. And then finally, it's simply that private-public, well, it's purely private, but the design work and what we hope to be other the standard for other private projects, $1,100 to work with the property owners to get the water from their properties into a present ditch that we have. So what I've proposed to you is engineering in the amount of $36,760. The pipe, increasing the pipe in Nags Head Acres from 15 to 24 inches would be at a cost estimate. Of course, we'll have to get bids for that, around $47,500. And then the culvert between Dirty Dicks and Nags Head Realty estimated $30,000, and then the culverts to help get the water off of Seven Sisters, $10,000. So that's $87,500 that I'm asking to earmark, not spend, but earmark. But I am asking to move forward with the $36,760 for engineering and design studies. And again, this is money that's presently in the budget for stormwater. We had $150,000 earmarked for the next phase of the Nags Head Acres Vista Colony project. We did receive word this week from DWQ. They've agreed to issue, this is for in the western part of the back part of Vista Colony, where we've been trying to come up with a project that would lower the groundwater in that area. And then it would allow us to pipe in the ditches that are presently in that neighborhood. If we can get the groundwater down, we can put sock pipe and perforated pipe with a sock sleeve on it to cover up to cover in those ditches. But DWQ's agreed to issue a permit. We expect to see that permit in draft form this week with the conditions. And then we can review the conditions and figure out if we can meet them or if we can't, and then discuss those. And we hope to have a permit by next week. I do want to note that part of that, that Dare County Environmental Health has already signed off on that permit. So it's sitting in their hands. It enables us to go beyond that 10-year storm that it was originally designed for. It'll enable us to lower the groundwater, to be able to, obviously, to hold more capacity. But that's, once, it's premature, I guess, until we get that permit in hand, but Bissell is continuing on with that project, and they've estimated a cost of $66,475. All told, if we did all of this today, if you can see on your, minus the 66, you can see on the sheet with Kim's comments on the agenda item summary sheet, we'd be about between $318,000 and $329,000. We'd be about, we got about $177,000, so we'd be roughly $150 short, and then with the addition of this groundwater lowering, we'd be about $225,000 short from what we've budgeted this year. That is if we did it all, but I'm not proposing that we do it all, and I'm hoping DOT will come forth with some help and support. So again, what I'm asking for is the ability to move on with these engineering and design studies in the amount of $36,760.
May I ask a question? Cliff, as part of your, when you're talking about the engineering design, you're talking about everything that you presented, engineering design with the exception of Northport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does that include alternative 2 and Nags Head Acres?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, thank you. No, it does not. I am not proposing, no, I am not, because I think we need to wait and see if that 24-inch pipe does the job.
Well, do we need any additional easements or anything for that 24-inch pipe?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But in alternative 2, you would need some
Yes,
easements?
ma'am, and
Okay,
we're in
so-
discussion with
So you're
those.
leaving alternative 2 out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and your other part of the total, it included the last one that was presented on page 3, which was the South Memorial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that the one that's the one we've already discussed?
Yes,
Where the
ma'am.
property owners are going to, we're providing the engineering,
They're going under the road.
They're going to pay for all the other costs?
That's correct.
Okay. And the last piece that I have, number 6, which was the engineering, on,
The culvert between the two businesses?
yes. That's an 80-20 private partnership, 80-20?
No, it's 80, I tried to come up with an estimate of how much of these projects were solely public water and how much was public water.
Okay, so there's no assistance
No, ma'am.
forthcoming?
No,
All
ma'am.
right. And the last question I have is under Northridge, the 100% private, you wanted us to pay for that $4,000 in engineering?
Yes, ma'am. Reason being, before we accept, I want to be confident that we're accepting the water, that we can handle the water that we're accepting, because if we go into this partnership and it fails, I don't want it to be because of someone else's engineering.
I didn't see a partnership.
They'll pay for the construction of that. But
You have that in writing, that the construction cost will be borne by the,
this project won't move forward until they need to, they're still trying to get themselves, they're trying to still get themselves together to work this thing out. So I'm not going to proceed with this until they've got consensus.
I believe in public-private partnerships, but I want to make sure that we're not setting a precedent where we're spending public money and then there's not going to be any private partnership as part
completely.
of it. And that would be very low on my priority list until you get something more from the property owners, that there's a commitment.
And
Before
we can
spend
back that out.
engineering-
We can
Before we
back that
spend
out.
engineering money, I just want you to make sure that you're not putting the cart before the horse.
Yes, ma'am.
And
We've got a plan that doesn't get funded, and it's a
And we've already spent the
$4,000
money.
project on the shelf.
yes.
And we can back that out until they get themselves a little more organized.
Well, let me just.
May I
go
add
ahead.
on to that for just a second? Because maybe there's a middle step where we can come up with a conceptual plan that doesn't necessarily require all the surveying and the engineering work that can be done off existing data. There's LiDAR data out there that
That's
gives
right.
you a general idea of the slope of the land, because there's not much slope on the land anyway, no matter where you are. But if we can do that and then say, look, this is the concept that we are thinking about, and get some consensus before, I agree with Commissioner Cahoon, spending $4,000 on something that's not going to get done because people don't want swales in front of their yards, I'd rather spend less than that.
Well,
Sorry, ma'am.
my whole, and I totally disagree that Cliff, as a town manager, has the obligation to this board to make sure that these property owners sign off on what we are going to do before we actually spend hard dollars on engineering. But I want to also bring up to the board that we've had rain all of July, all of August, some in September. There are people out there that still have not dried out. This is October. If you back this out, it's November or December. Why tie his hands? Why not approve this engineering expenditure with him knowing what he's heard today? I mean, I think that we can trust the town manager to make sure that he's got people signed on before he starts spending this particular engineering dollar. I hate to just keep on piecemeal, well, what did they approve, what didn't they? We need to move on with this, guys. These are our neighbors. This is going to solve a lot of problems, and I don't know that it isn't going to rain the whole month of October.
And as far as I'm concerned,
It's rained today.
It falls back on his head anyway.
It falls back on Cliff, and so
That's exactly right. We are kicking a dead horse here.
And I also feel like that our town engineer is not going to, I hope he's listening, is not going to go out and rebuild something that he already has access to as far as the information that you mentioned, Mayor. There is possibly some engineering information out there already that he can rely upon to facilitate what he is doing. I just think that we need to trust Cliff to know what he's doing. We need to approve this engineering, and we need to approve the $87,000 worth of expenditure and move along. I mean, I'm sorry, delay is not my middle name on stormwater problems.
The 87,000 being the Vista Colony, absolutely, and Nags Head Acres, absolutely. I don't disagree with you wholeheartedly. And I talked to George Wood during our break, and he was talking about, we've had a 200-year event for the summer. It's unprecedented.
We could have it again, though.
I know.
We
And thank you for
It's
saying that.
supposed to be a warmer, wetter winter, all of you all listening.
I need to make sure it's clear that this is not going to keep water out of streets and yards and ditches. This improves, this helps, but we cannot design a system that will
Take it all.
that you won't see a puddle in the town of Nags Head after it rains.
And I guess that's part of what concerns me on Cutty Sark in particular. If you're talking about doing swales that accept the water off the streets, that's one thing. To talk about connectivity with the bypass system, that's a whole different deal.
And this right now is proposed it takes water off of Cutty Sark and it infiltrates. It doesn't go anywhere.
Well, this says drainage improvements to serve Cutty Sark Lane with connectivity to the US 158 drainage network.
Right.
And I guess that's what I'm looking at. If you're taking it somewhere, it requires a higher degree of engineering, I understand. But if you're just talking about getting it off the road and into a swale, if it's not going anywhere, you don't have to worry quite as much about which way the fall is.
Correct.
So are we conveying or are we infiltrating?
What I'm asking you to do is to approve this project right now, as you saw on the map, it doesn't convey it out, and then we'd have to get an easement to go through two sets of yards to get the water out to the DOT right away. What I will move forward with from here is to keep the water from sheet flowing off of the street into people's yards.
So instead, it would go into a swale in front of the yard.
Right,
and stand there.
So the cost should be considerably less,
Okay.
I think is what you're wanting to hear.
So one more time, what you're looking for is?
The ability to go through with these engineering and design, the process for engineering and design these projects in the amount of $36,760 out of stormwater funds that are.
And the exceptions are the alternative in Nags Head Acres and the Northport project. Is that
That's correct.
correct?
That's correct.
Everybody clear on what the manager's requesting?
Mm-hmm.
Entertain a motion?
Well, that was the engineering. Were you not requesting a
Well-
certain amount of monies for the construction?
The $47,500 for increasing the pipe in Nags Head Acres, the $30,000 for the culvert between the two businesses, and the $10,000 for the culverts that aren't in place along the bypass, or excuse me, the beach road to handle Seven Sisters, are monies that I'm not prepared to ask you. That's what I want you to earmark. That's what I plan on spending, but I've got to get all this stuff together and go out to bid, and I'll bring you a more formal number. I'm not going to spend that money between now and the next time we come.
You're just looking for the engineering?
Right.
dollars.
Okay.
But I'm standing here 99.9% sure I'm going to spend that money, and hopefully we'll spend the $67,000 to get the groundwater lowered in the western part of Vista Colony, which will allow us to pipe in those ditches.
Okay. All right.
Entertain a motion?
This requires a motion?
For the engineering.
It does.
Second.
Yeah. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously.
The other thing I wanted to touch on was stormwater. The gentleman's been very patient to hear what we were able to share in the village of Nags Head. Asked Roberta to put this map up. And we've got, Mayor Pro Tem, if you'll, there should be a stack there with the, of the same map, along with we found an amendment to the golf course open space easement that speaks to this easement, sorry. This is the area that the gentleman referenced. I believe, sir, this is your house? These are the two properties, 209 and 207, that shows that ditch draining out to here, and you can see where it's clogged.
Yeah, and there's nothing here that comes down. So the red line is the big ditch,
Right, this is the ditch that takes the water, actually, it takes the water from Seven Sisters. It originates from Seven Sisters, goes all the way down the 158, goes between the ditch between us and Village Realty, under the bypass, out to the big pond in the golf course, and then ultimately down this ditch and on out to the sound. There is an easement. This is owned by the village. This is owned by the Village and Nags Head Property Owners Association. This portion is owned by the golf course. We don't show any record of an easement that conveys this water between these two properties out to this area. So part of this is on private property. This part is on the golf course property.
Yeah. Actually, that goes back up to the real damage is right there. The corner is in that section.
Right.
That's where it's deep. Really deep.
Right, which is on private property. Actually, it's all on private property.
I think my property line stops, and then there's the ditch, and then Noel Blake's property is on the other side of the ditch. I think that our property actually stops before the ditch comes. I mean, that's sort of an important point, because I think that property owners might fill it in.
I can tell you that a couple of months back, Dave Clark and Ralph Burrill met with the property owners, a member of the Property Owners Association, as well as a member of staff from the Club Corp Golf, and discussed how they can get what they need to do to get this area open. After one of the more heavier rains, the town went in on 4th Street or Old Street on this side, and we cleaned out on the Roanoke Shore side. We cleaned this area out as best we could to help try and convey some of that water out. We volunteered to the golf course that we would come on to this side and clean this area out because it's so important. At that time, it was just that important. You knew how wet it was, and the golf course was not agreeable to allowing our equipment on their fairways. But we have this, the drainage, the deed, the amendment to the golf course easement says that the developer agrees that the golf course open space easement created herein and subsequently located by recorded supplemental boundary agreements is included in the overall drainage plan for the village at Nags Head and all subdivisions therein, and an easement for surface drainage purposes is hereby created on the golf course open space to receive surface drainage from the subdivisions. Developer agrees to channel said surface drainage wherever possible to the retention ponds within the bounds of the village of Nags Head. It shall be the responsibility of Ammons Dare Corporation, its successors, and assigns to maintain the ponds and surface drainage facilities and be certain said areas for retention shall be capable of handling drainage. That's not happening. I know discussions are in place between both parties. What I can commit to is pestering both sides of the discussion to get this process done and to get it to resolve. If it's, from what we understand, there's a matter of money, who's going to pay for what portion of this. But this is an issue that addresses this area. It does not address this ditch on this private property.
What my neighbor did while you were having a break, he went over to zoning, and there's codes in here, USA Code 404, which says that the Army Corps of Engineers, and then because it's a sensitive environmental thing, the coastal management is also involved. I mean, it seems to be basically that's got to be opened up because this is destroying our property back there, and it's not being, we're going to be selling out properties for basically nothing. So we're going to have to, we have to go get a lawyer to get state aid.
That's unfortunately true.
Or something like that, to close that up, or maybe even push them to say.
And unfortunately, all we can do is push. We
Cliff?
can't demand. Yes,
I have a
sir.
question. Did they not need a permit to fill that ditch?
Here?
Yes.
Yes. Did they not need a permit to fill it?
Well,
It shows up on our site plans and our maps, so
they would clearly need something. They can't fill this ditch.
I understand that.
I don't
That wasn't my
find,
question.
I mean, this ditch, I don't find a record of there being any easement. What I show is this being on public property, this being on Club Corps' property. So I don't believe.
Being on private property is what you meant, I think.
Correct.
So they didn't need a permit to fill it?
Not that we can tell.
So you don't show anything at all on any maps that we have that there was an open ditch there and they filled it?
I got the 404 mark right there.
Okay, that's out of my jurisdiction, the 404. I mean,
But I think what you're saying is you're committing, there's,
Right.
sounds like there is a plan in place to open it back up, clean it out,
that's right.
and you will stay on it.
Absolutely.
You might want to talk to the Corps of Engineers about coming down here and taking a look at that.
Well, I will do that gladly, because this is an integral part of drainage, not just in the village, but in the town.
Yeah.
Well, if they filled it without a Corps permit, you might want to bring them down and get the Corps to make a determination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it for stormwater.
Can't find anything else to say on stormwater?
Unfortunately, no.
Colony Ridge?
Colony Ridge. Can you put up Schedule B?
Did we forget review of district signs?
Oh.
Whichever one.
Skipping
I'm prepared for
things
both.
right and left
You're
today.
skipping
It's
stuff
okay, you
like
go back
crazy.
to
I apologize.
Hey, I'm flexible.
I'm skipping, I'm just reading incorrectly. Review of district signs is what we've
Okay,
got
can you
next.
put the
Cliff.
district signs up.
So sorry.
Next.
Yeah, hey.
Hey, let's,
It'll really speed these meetings up if we skip every other item.
so we can still be on TV, Bob. We'll have 3 meetings a month now, so I'll be no more than 3 hours.
Okay, I wanted to just show you the signs that we've put up and then try and get consensus from the board for another sign. What we've got, pictures of the signs that we've put in place that the board approved for the district signage, which I think have come out pretty good. This is looking south on the beach road at Bonnet Street. We put this right in front of the beach access. Double-sided, same side on each, same look on both sides. Gallery Row. It's also I believe it's also a double-sided sign.
Pretty.
I'm sorry, that's the other side of Bonnet Street. That's looking up, obviously looking north on the beach road. That's the Gallery Row side, Bonnet Street, Gallery Row. Depending on which way you're headed, entering one, leaving the other. Next is either one.
By the way, the benches look nice.
Yeah. I think that's the same.
Why is that? I don't know. It has been, because my page is slipped over and slipped the page.
Our friend today, is it?
I was going to ask Carolyn about that.
We've taken 3 years to get this one done.
This is the gallery district sign. You'll see there it's got kind of a wayfinding going generally to the galleries and the gifts, trying to direct folks to all of the galleries and all of the gift shops. I believe that's the one that's double-sided. That's right in the right-of-way on Driftwood Street, I think. So that, and then there's, I believe, one more, or two more, actually. No, no. We put on 8th Street, underneath the existing welcome sign, down at the bottom, it'll say Gallery Road District. I tell you, we did the same thing at the end of South Nags Head, right there by McCall Court. We did the same thing on the Welcome to Nags Head sign on 1243. It says South Nags Head. I think that's all it says is South Nags Head. We've still got a double-sided sign to go in for South Nags Head at the northern entrance. That's the one in South Nags Head. We just put it on the, that's the new sign. I sure would like to know where the old sign is hanging, what dorm room the old sign is hanging in.
Maybe one day you'll get to go to your children's dorm and...
It is not in my children's bedroom, I promise you that. This is where we're looking right now to put the South Nags Head. We'll have the south-facing part of this, or excuse, the south-facing part. This is where we're looking right at, this is Gulfstream, right at the Whalebone. If you're heading this way, it's going to say South Nags Head. If you're heading this way, it'll say Whalebone District. We've got that sign, and we're looking now to figure out which one of these three places is the best. What I'd like to ask the board is to consider, we've got a sign, we've got one sign for Bonnet Street, south-facing. The north-facing side of that, we don't have anything to put on because that's entering the Cottage Row area. I know we're very careful we don't have a truly designated historic district, but in order to have that sign double-sided, and we do, I mean, obviously, we're all mighty proud of those houses, and we want to be able to signify those without drawing unwanted attention to them. Would Cottage Row would that be acceptable to put on the other side of that Bonnet Street sign? The board has not approved or authorized that as a district sign, so that's what I'm coming forward to ask for your approval on.
So to identify that additional district where we had called it the historic district at some point in the past, but use a Cottage Road designation for it?
Correct. Yeah, I don't know if that's more palatable.
I think so. I couldn't imagine anyone objecting to that.
I think historic district names it something that it's not, but Cottage Row goes back to the unpainted. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, comment?
I have been opposed to unwanted attention, and I really believe before we go do that we might want to contact those folks that live in those homes to make sure that it's not objectionable, you know, the use of Cottage Row. I really feel very strongly that they have indicated to us that they like their privacy and they don't want to be pointed at or gawked at, which we know that they are looked upon and with envy and appreciation. But I just feel that I would think it would be in good taste if they were asked if there was any opposition.
Okay. Well, I think perhaps we can put a letter out to them and ask if there is any opposition and ask them to come forward if they object to it. Is that?
Yeah.
We'll come up with a schematic, send the letter and ask, now if we get consensus, is it unanimous?
It's a democracy.
Okay.
It's like beach nourishment.
Yes, oh, no.
I wouldn't send them, I
no,
wouldn't send them Jack. I'm serious.
Oh,
I wouldn't send them.
No,
a thing.
I think we're wrong. I really believe that this is big. Bruce Bortz, where are you when I need you?
But
I just think it is good manners that we do this, and then.
we can certainly write a letter. That's not a,
I mean.
I don't think that'll be an issue.
I
Commissioner
appreciate that.
Comments, thoughts?
I think writing them a letter would be fine. My comment's not going to be on that. My comment's going to be, how much signage do you need at the corner of Gulf Stream and South Old Oregon Road?
We're picking one of those three
Okay,
spots.
all right,
Yeah, she,
okay.
it was not that many.
We figured 3 would really lay it
I
out.
was sitting there like,
You won't get lost.
Ma'am?
I'm not opposed to sending the letter, but we didn't send letters to every other person in the town about a sign that we put up. It seems like it's just my personal opinion, it seems like we are giving preferred treatment to some people in the community without giving that same preferred treatment to everyone in the community. The sign is going to be Cottage Row, which is what it's been called for many, many, many years. We're not calling it a historic district. It is in keeping with a plan that the town approved regarding district signage, essentially, although this specific sign wasn't approved.
No, it wasn't.
That's just my thoughts. You know, I'm not opposed to sending the letter. I just think we're treating one segment of the community differently.
Yeah. I mean, we're trying to be very sensitive to those, what is really a huge asset for the whole town. And we want those folks to be happy and stay there and maintain those cottages the way they've been maintained
I
for
don't think they're going
a long
anywhere.
time. I hope not. I hope not.
Well, you know, going back to that, the ones that we did approve, they were kind of asked for. I mean, Gallery Row wanted to be more recognized as a shopping area. And South Nags Head, and John Ratzenberger's here, of course, he doesn't live there anymore, but they kind of have been left out of, you know, where's South Nags Head? Where does it begin? So they were, when you're kind of targeting a residential area, I think it's just courtesy that you're asking them if there's any strong opposition to the placement of the sign. I mean, the town can certainly do it anyway, but I'm just saying it's something that I would like for you all to do if you're going to put a sign at the entrance of Old Nags Head Cove.
I guess my question is, if you get 70% that don't have anything to say, but 30% or 10% that's opposed, does one or two people determine whether or not the sign is put up?
We'll have to make that determination after the letter goes out.
Okay.
I don't think the letter is committing us to anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Colony Ridge?
Okay. What I wanted to do is give you an update on the Schedule B that we had so longly anticipated, and just to give you an update on what's been done, what's in the works, and what has not been completed. The agreement says, Schedule B says that the completion of construction will be June 30th, 2013. And I'll go through this list quickly. The repair and replacement of the facility roof has been completed. That's done. Then we got to go to the 500 wing before anything else has been done. Renovation and conversion of existing physical therapy activity and workroom into a new living room and dining room space has not been started. The former dining room will be renovated and converted into physical therapy space and an ADL kitchen. It's not been started. The traffic flow will be reconfigured to allow for transport of dirty item into existing kitchen without having to transport through clean areas. Not started. An addition will be built onto the existing structure as a new point of entry and will house a reception area, lobby, and new administrative support offices. Not started. A covered walkway will be constructed to connect the 500 wing to the new front office. That has not been done. The 500 wing, that has been completed. The wing will be renovated and converted into a dedicated rehabilitation wing. The covered walkway will allow for more convenient transport between the rehabilitation wing and the new physical therapy space. That's the part up above, but the only thing they're waiting on the 500 wing is they've got a new computer system with call bells. They have got to be connected. The infrastructure's in place, but they just haven't connected those. Drop-off area will be constructed for the new rehabilitation wing. Has not been done. Landscaping has not been done. They've committed to relocating the dumpsters, which are such an unsightly greeting when you come to the site. And then the renovation of the existing structure will include removal of wallpaper, painting, new overbed lighting, new handrails and corridors, and new cover base throughout the structure. That's been done in the 400 hall. They've started work on the 200 hall, but they have not started on the 100 or 300. Elizabeth Teague may be able to speak more to this, but we've had discussions with them is that some of the items that you saw in that capital improvements may have some lot coverage issues that we're trying to get through. That may require a variance at some point. It may, if it gets to that, not sure. But I did just want to make the board aware of that. And the other thing that's not listed here is that a new boiler was put into place, and that's not listed. I'm sharing this with you to let you know they have done some. Obviously, there's the majority, the lion's share of the work remains to be completed. And we're trying to stay on top and push them as much as we can so that they honor their commitment to have this completed by June 30th of next year, which is going to take a lot of work to get done. Yes, ma'am.
Cliff, who is, I know we have a committee that meets at various, are there designated times that the committee meets with Colony Ridge people?
Quarterly.
Quarterly. And the last quarterly meeting was on time?
Yes, we're meeting regularly as according to the schedule.
Is anyone from the committee, maybe I ought to ask those on the committee, I'm not, is it you? Are you all encouraging them that they may be behind their schedule? And do we have a a penalty if they don't, I mean, what is to push them along? It doesn't seem like they've done very much.
They could be in breach of contract, the breach of the lease.
So, should I be directing my question to?
No, let me fill you in on the committee so far. Bob Edwards serves on that committee. Ben Riley. Catherine Mahoney. And myself. And yes, we've been meeting regularly, quarterly. They have 3 representatives, the director of the facility, Arlene, their vice president of operations, and Robert, who is the activities director. We were very pleased just to get a schedule, Anna, to be honest with you. We'd been asking for a schedule for 6 months. There had been some work going on, and you could see some progress, but a great deal of reluctance to share information still. Our club it's a big club. It's okay. You're in violation of your lease. We're going to revoke the contract, but that means closing down the place, and it's an awful big club to swing.
Well,
we honestly are trying to encourage and really look, guys, this needs to be done, and it's in their best interest as much as it's in our best interest. They have a much better chance at improving their census if these improvements are done. They're paying $10 a month in rent. Everything is aligned to where our interests are aligned. But as far as a stick, we don't have. The one stick we've got is a big stick, and it involves shutting the place down, essentially.
Well, I think we tried that, Bob. And I feel that, and I'm not going back and rehash an old story, but I think that they kind of know they have us over a barrel, and I just feel very badly for the residents that some of them whom are in there that are aware of the conditions that they are living in and know that the improvements are out there to be made, and I don't know, if you can't get it by sugar, do you use vinegar? Is it the time for you to bring our attorney to your next quarterly meeting and remind, but again, whom you are meeting with is not the person that can push these improvements along. I'm very disappointed, I will go on record, I am very disappointed with our faith in this company saying what they would do, because there is, in my opinion, no way, with what I know about construction, that they will be finished in time. And I hope they prove me wrong. So
Yeah.
I would just encourage the committee to use whatever, either the bottle of vinegar or the sweets, to, if it took you this long to get a time frame, a schedule, how long will it take them to complete it?
Well, and that's not to say that no work was going on during the time that it took us to get a schedule. Work was going on, and I will tell you that the work that's been done looks good. I mean, they had a vacant wing. They went to that vacant wing and redid it. The spark unit was redone. So they've finished 2 wings completely. And my understanding is they were starting to transfer patients from the other wings into the newly renovated wings, and then they will start on these, on the ones that haven't been done. So there's plenty of work to do. I agree and understand, and we are pushing as hard as we can push. I'm not sure that bringing our attorney to the meeting is going to speed anything along, however. Much as I respect John.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
I was just going to ask, would it be possible for us to get some kind of written, I mean, I see their schedule, but can we get a written update from them, perhaps monthly, just what has occurred? Because I don't see where they're going to complete what they need to by June either. And if we could get an update at each meeting on what's occurred, that would be great.
Okay. We can certainly get an update at each meeting, and I think their local person will be more than happy to update us on what's been done. We asked for things that were in the lease in writing already, and have had some difficulty getting those or agreeing on what was in the lease. So I'll be glad to go and ask for a monthly update. I think I will be get far better response from the local representative than from the corporate representative, because she's been very delightful. I mean, very, very willing to deal with us. And they're excited about their improvements. It's a great thing for them and for their clients to have some renovations going on. And hey, they've got a new roof.
I
The
know.
roof's not leaking. There are some. We're crawling before we're running, though. So. Yes, I'll be happy to get a monthly update on Colony Ridge.
Okay. Oh, one other thing. I'm sorry. The project manager position that the board approved in this fiscal year, I have debated on whether or not to advertise that job, but I am going to put an advertisement out there to see what we might be able to find. I think the town could use that position. I know I could have in the last few months. I think it'll benefit not only myself, the town, Public Works, and planning. I know that the economy is tough, but we still have a lot of stuff that's going on and a lot of projects that could use some oversight as a whole. So I just want to that position's been funded. You've approved that position, but I wanted to let you know before you saw it in the newspaper that I will be advertising for that project manager position.
Any questions for the manager? Commissioner's agenda? Commissioner Coon, would you like to start us off?
Yes, I see that after I asked that this be put on the agenda, which was discussion of Veterans Day, I see that there's a schedule, and I'm wondering about Monday rather than Veterans Day itself, since it is a ceremony to honor all those that have served. I had 2 reasons for asking for it to be on the agenda. One was after all the comments I took about Memorial Day, the fact that there was no prayer and so forth, and that occurs always at those ceremonies. If we're going to have a ceremony, let's do it the way it should be done. No offense, Mayor. but we do need to have a prayer. It's a day of remembrance as well as a day of celebration on Veterans Day, whereas Memorial Day truly is a day of honoring those that are gone. And so my question is, do we really want it on a Monday and not on the day in which it really occurs? And two, I do like seeing this proposed agenda, per se, presented the way this is.
Okay.
Because I think it's important to really remember and honor those. And to me, this is not a town board meeting. This is a community day for those that are out of our community.
Cliff, I emailed Cliff yesterday because I kept saying, I looked at this, I thought, this is really good, it never occurred to me, Monday, November the 12th. I said, no, it's 11th day, 11th hour, at 11 o'clock. So when I emailed him, and I'm sorry I didn't copy you all, he did actually go out in the community to find out who was doing what, because we know that the 11th of November is on a Sunday. And Cliff, you want to share?
Yes, ma'am. I'll tell you, we polled outside of Dare County too, but I'll tell you now, in Dare County, what the other towns in the county are doing. Duck doesn't have a service. The town of Southern Shores, the Knights of Columbus, put the ceremony on for that town. They're having theirs Sunday at 1. Now, the day of remembrance is always the 11th day, 11th month, 11th day, and the 11th hour. But obviously Sunday being, I think there was consideration given for church. Town of Kitty Hawk does not. Manio does not. Dare County, the American Legion puts one on in Manio. They're trying to work out the other thing that's kind of a issue, I guess, especially in downtown Manio on that Sunday, is the marathon. And the marathon ends on that Sunday, on the 11th, downtown Manio, and they're trying to push theirs till later in the day. Right now, they're trying to get the ability or the okay for Manio to have theirs at 3 in hopes that everything's cleared out of Manio after the marathon. They have theirs at 3. The American Legion does one for Kill Devil Hills on Sunday at 2. Outside of the county, we polled, and some, it varies. We couldn't find anybody that's doing one Sunday at 11. Some are doing it on Saturday, some are doing it later in the afternoon, and then some are doing it on Monday. To be honest, the reason that I recommend that it be on the 12th is because of the church, and the other being the marathon. But that's not to say that later in the afternoon we may be able to. The other issue may be in the Wounded Warriors, the Team Extreme that we've gotten. And hopefully you're familiar with them. They've participated in other events in the county. At the Flying Pirate, they were the ones that parachuted down just before the Flying Pirate. They are wounded warriors that are out trying to participate and get attention brought through their competition. You've seen some of them participate in hand crank wheelchairs. Some of them have prosthetics. Some of them you even seen with gas masks on. They're participating in the marathon that day. We may have to find another speaker if we were to have it on Sunday.
I remembered that, of course, we've had Veterans Day to fall on a Sunday before, and I thought I had recollected that it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that service, but Cliff reminded me there was no service at all that year.
It was 2007. It was also the first year of the marathon, and there was not we did not have a Veterans Day service that year.
So
I think the idea is to get as much community participation as we can, and if you're not going to do it at 11 o'clock at the exact moment, I don't know that putting it off another day harms it. But, I'm open. I'm not fixed to one or the other.
Well, my only problem is, and we're not, of course, I go to 8 o'clock service, so it wouldn't interfere with me. So I would not want to have it at the same time American Legion is doing theirs in Manio, nor, it's not quite right to be in competition with something of this nature. So I don't really have a problem with once every 7 years not having it on the 11th. If it's, I think less people can come. but then this is for veterans, and most veterans are retired, so perhaps they can still come on Monday. We've had a
Monday's
big,
typically a holiday for Veterans Day, isn't it?
It is.
Cliff, is Town Hall closed on that Monday? Is
On the 12th, yes, ma'am.
It is, so
But that's not a,
that's not an issue.
that's not an issue.
Oh, so that is the
Actually, I
holiday.
think that's one of those days that the holiday actually occurs on that day, but yes. It doesn't necessarily fall on Monday.
Falls
it's
on
a-
a Saturday, you get the Friday.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay.
It's a day that
It may be
the
the better
holiday
day
is the
for
day.
participation.
It's like the 4th of July. You don't want to move the 4th of July to the 5th. I understand.
I'm fine
Was
with it
that-
as it is. The program looks great. I don't know if it's Michelle who went, but I think this is,
Michelle gets all the credit.
Michelle gets all the credit, which did a
Yes.
great job, Cliff. I think she has all of the bells and whistles in this program.
But y'all, are both of y'all okay with it on Monday at 11? Is that-
I'm fine.
Sue?
I'll live with it.
Sir?
As long as we have the,
It's fine with me. Nationally, the president will do the thing at the National Memorial on Sunday, but throughout the country, there will be remembrances on Monday also. So it's not, it's a holiday, so it's fine.
I agree. It's a great program. It's already planned, and because of the marathon, there may be veterans that are participating in the marathon that wouldn't be able to do both, so I think Monday is fine.
yeah, my only
this year.
comment is the veterans that were there at Memorial Day really thought that we were missing out on some elements, and I'm glad to see those elements added back in to this program.
And I am glad as well.
Anything else on your agenda, Mayor?
The only other thing I have is, I'd like to challenge the manager and his staff that before next year's garbage schedule starts, that they use some creative thought and planning to present some proposals that meet the needs of our economy and our community. To not think that we pick up garbage Monday through Saturday noon, but to think about how to be creative and not leave the garbage sitting out on the streets for 2
Saturday and
days.
Sunday, for the
But
first
to
appearance.
Adjust the schedule, be creative, think about it, and give us something to, give the board something to chew on,
Challenge accepted.
instead of just the same old thing.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Mr. Sadler?
I noted in the mitigation report that we had in the consent agenda, and I want to know, is Angela responsible for that
The-
update to the mitigation plan?
Yes, ma'am.
She did a great job. I didn't read all of it, I just read all the red. But it does say that there's reference in there, Cliff, that's made to the red drum outfall, that it was not included in the beach nourishment project, therefore not extended. It has proven to need repair and improvement in order to efficiently drain NCDOT conveyance system. And this is in quotes, "An additional project to improve this outfall is critical to improving overall town drainage." Now, my question is, do we have a plan?
Yes, ma'am. We're with DOT. They're going to submit the variance request. Well, they'll submit the permit request that'll be denied, and then we'll seek the variance. Is that right? Sorry.
We can
Hear this.
Yes, ma'am, there's a plan, and we're
Yes,
working
there's a
towards
plan.
getting it fixed.
And we are going to get that done before too long.
As soon as we possibly can.
Okay.
As long as as short as it takes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I noted earlier she was our CRC representative and forgot to excuse her.
And she is trying very hard to avoid any ex parte communication.
I know, well, I'm sure
Appreciate that.
she didn't hear any of it.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Anything else, ma'am?
Tomorrow, the surf fishing tournament will begin in Nags Head. I forgot which year it is, anyway, it's over 50.
62nd.
It's tomorrow morning, Thursday a.m.
I think it's the 62nd. Is that right?
Is it, oh, the 62nd? Oh, good heavens. I haven't been fishing in every one of them, Perry, I heard that. There is something else I want to ask. Site plan applications that come in, and the applicant works on them and works on them, whether it's a town project or a commercial project. I'm not talking about residential site plans. Cliff, I'd like, if possible, the meeting in November, if we could have Elizabeth report back to the board any site plans, whether they are ours, like in the recreation area, or any commercial site plans that have been kind of ongoing, if they are still ongoing.
Okay,
And if so, why?
okay. Any projects that are started and haven't been issued a CO?
Right,
Okay.
except residential. I'm not talking about residential, okay. And there's one other thing I want to just say. The interfaith outreach, the interfaith community outreach that we're all aware of, nonprofit, and help folks in the area. After the Seafood Festival, at 7 to 11 at the Comfort Inn, there will be a dance, and all the proceeds from that, it's called a Harvest Ball, will be given to the Interfaith Community Outreach Program. So when you all leave the Seafood Festival, maybe you could just, get another bite to eat and go on over to the Comfort Inn South. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Walter?
Today was National Walk to School Day, and our town participated with Nags Head Elementary School in partnership with the Outer Banks Hospital and the Cliff Bar Company. They provided snacks, and also our police, fire, and planning departments. There were about, just an estimate, I would say about 150 parents and kids who were out walking to school, and dogs, and they had their pets with them. It was really a great event to see everyone out there enjoying some alternative modes of transportation to the car or bus every day. So I just wanted to comment on that. I was glad I was out there to see it, and everybody seemed to really be having a good time. I hope they'll continue to do that on other days as well.
Thank you. Thank you for attending. Mayor Pro Tem?
Not a thing, Mayor.
Y'all, I had discussion of our board retreat under my agenda. Cliff, were you?
Yes.
Gonna just
I just wanted to briefly go over kind of a recap and bring you up to speed on what we've done, what we've accomplished as part of the work plan, leaving the board retreat from 2012. We left with a list of items that we wanted to accomplish, and I'll go through those. Review of ordinances. The board's approved some funding this year, so we're going through with reviewing our ordinances to try and eliminate some of the conflict, and I think we're concentrating somewhat on stormwater and as well as looking at parking to try and meet the values and goals which the board has set out. I'll come back to this one, which will lead us, I think, into the 2013 retreat, and that's the completion of the strategic plan. Develop and present a set of policies that serve during emergencies. I think the budget ordinance outlined some abilities for me to be able to continue town operations in the event of an emergency. We've got that in the budget ordinance. We also have a draft form right now that puts changes to our purchase order limit and process for bidding, so we're working towards that. Also clarifying the appointment process so that it is understandable and accessible to citizens that may want to serve, and of course you accomplished that at your meeting today. You remember you set out 6 goals, nurturing and family-friendly being one. Another example was today of the safe routes to school, the walk to school day, which highlighted our planning, police, and fire staff, their commitment to nurturing and family-friendly environment. We're continuing to look at customer service training for staff. Roberta is continuing to update the town website that will bring relevant information about the schools and families and activities. We are developing residents for future leadership positions. We're trying to nurture, by what you did today, to cultivate advisory committees, civic clubs, to better inform our citizens. Clean and green environment. I had somebody in my office this week that wanted to talk about solar-powered infrastructure and what we might be able to retrofit some of our buildings. The board committed to that process, provided it made business sense, so I was able to cut that meeting real short and say, bring back a return of investment before we can talk more. We talked about undercleaning green environment, making recycling more accessible or easy for visitors, and of course, we're continuing to study that. Emphasize preventative maintenance rather than replacement. We've gotten very good at that, but again, that's going to cost us. Another goal was fiscally responsible finances. We discussed at the board retreat the desire to put a fund balance in place, a policy for fund balance, and of course, with the adoption of the budget, you did that this year. At that time, we considered 67% to be very healthy. Right now, I believe we're at 68% if you take the obligation of beach nourishment special obligation bond out. So I think we can consider ourselves very healthy when it comes to fund balance. We also said that when revenues are available, our priorities would be to restore the water fund back to this 07, 08 level. Of course, the board this year put a policy in place to pay back the water fund. We've talked about the need to invest in capital, consider adjusting the water usage, investing in a land bank, and the fund balance is the emergency fund. We've obviously accomplished a healthy fund balance. Another goal was infrastructure to support growth in livable, safe, and secure neighborhoods. Planning is putting a lot of emphasis on that. I think Gallery Row, the desire to make that more of a walkable attraction. Again, the safe routes to school, encourage public safety, public interactions. We're continuing the multi-use path. The police, we made it go under livable, safe, and secure neighborhoods to have a police presence on the beach, which I think was, quite frankly, an overwhelming success by having that presence out there this year. Evaluating the right-of-ways, safety features, signage, and lighting, and keeping a dark sky, which the board is keeping that goal in mind when certain text amendments come forward, and then a business-friendly community. I think we are making it easier for businesses for reuse, and I'll give you two really good examples: the Surf and Spoon that I think is doing pretty well, and the art gallery just right beside it. Those were buildings that were vacant for quite a while. They're been obviously reconditioned and are reused, and they're doing, I think, well. We're recognizing and acknowledging the business as part of our community. We're trying to highlight Gallery Row. And then again, review and revise regulations that prohibit or impede business opportunities. And I think looking at our parking standard as part of that code revision we're drawing attention to that. So we still have work to do, but I think we've accomplished quite a few things. But moving into the 2013 or 2014 fiscal year, and then the budget retreat, which could be right around the corner. The three things I think we need to remember is three key words: implementation. How will we know we've done what we said we would do? Results. How will we know we've moved conditions toward our desired goal? And measures. How will we know when resources are in place and tasks have been completed? I'm working with staff to take the board's 6 goals and set budget and define measures for accountability and results. We're trying to set benchmarks that assess our performance and work towards establishing community standards to quite simply answer the question, are we being as efficient as possible with the tax dollars that we have to spend? So I think we've got some framework to build upon going into next year's retreat, and I would like to start earlier than this year in trying to find out where the board wants to go with the board retreat. Do we want to build on this? Where do we want to go from last year's retreat?
You're not talking about a physical location. Because I'll remind you of the comment that was made for the seats.
Yes, ma'am.
We're not talking about South Carolina now.
Really? How about Asheville?
I thought this was, Cliff, thank you, an excellent overview. It sounds like we've got a good solid B on our report card as far as how we've progressed, and what's the pleasure of the board for, it's not too early to start planning for our next retreat.
Well, Susie and I talked about it a little bit this morning. I am in favor of having one, and getting it scheduled before everybody's schedules get so full, I think would be more healthy.
Want to try and set a time today?
To further lay out the process, I'd like to be able, as we tie this in, I see this as being the kickoff to planning for the budget. I see bringing the capital improvements plan early, presenting you with my budget, and then the budget workshops after that. So I would suggest another February date for the board retreat, March for CIP.
Is there a particular date in February?
I serve at the pleasure of the board. My weekends are, or my days are your days.
Not all of them, Cliff.
Are we talking about a one-day retreat or two?
There's one, it seems like you have to really cram everything in to get one done. I almost think 1.5 perhaps, and then you can move on.
I was wondering if we have any gratis time at our newest facility here on the beach.
Yes, we do.
Yes. So a day and a half could possibly be, if the board would think of that. No?
Oh, no, I'm fine. My next comment was going to be, do we really need a facilitator? Or a couple years ago, we didn't have one, and it seemed there was a lot more interchange between the board members.
Well, since we had such a good, by the way, this is 9 months. I don't know where she's been keeping these notes. But since we had such a good overlay of the work to do, and we've done, and like the mayor says, we got a B, maybe we should think about not having a facilitator. I guess we can talk about that later, but I'm fine for early February, very early February. I don't know if anybody has vacation plans or whatever.
Maybe come back to us with a couple of potential February dates, and we'll run them around and see. Okay.
I'm supposed to be a grandma on February 5th, so.
It's very early February, like February 1, Susie?
Well.
How about January
I mean,
25?
it's not a perfect science there, so I don't know.
Late January.
Okay.
We'll bear it in mind.
Okay.
It's a good day.
It's hard.
Any other comments on retreat? Mayor Pro Tem? Sir?
I forgot 2 things I want to say real quick after you're done with the retreat.
Go right ahead.
I forgot to tell you during the stormwater presentation that we did receive the permits that we need to go ahead to clear out the ditch. One of the east-west ditches in South Nags Head, the one right by Station 21, we can excavate to a certain point. Then from that point, going back towards Park Service, we have to do it. We have to do it by hand, which we can clean some of that out. And I've asked somebody to give me a cost estimate to find out if it's better for us to do that in-house or contract with somebody to do that. So that is good news. We were able to get a permit from the Corps to do that. The other thing was what Commissioner Sadler just mentioned about time at Jeanette's Pier. I did want to tell you that we came to an agreement with Jeanette's Pier whereby we will get 1 free use of the building for our contributions that the town's made to securing that site. That's 1 free after-hours use, be it the town Christmas party or be it any event that we might host. 9 to 5. If we were to have a board retreat there, it would be at no cost. Any other use would be to cover their cost. And felt like that was a reasonable, more than fair agreement. So, thank you. That was all.
On the pier as a venue for the retreat, I feel like we'd be kind of bouncing around in there. It's so big. Just us. I think we might be able to find a smaller venue that would work, I guess is what I'm saying.
Better chairs.
We'll find you some good chairs.
My back was never the same.
Could that
We have a request to go into closed session with the attorney to discuss possible litigation, GS 143-318.11A3. And I'm going to make that motion that we go to closed session, recess to closed session.
Second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The motion passes. We'll stand in closed session recess. We're coming back into open session out of our closed session. I'll ask the attorney to report out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The board did confer with the board's attorneys about potential litigation matters, but no action was taken. And that's all.
And thank you very much, sir. Sorry, I was counting my days. We are going to, we have a 7:30 meeting on this coming Monday with, it's a joint meeting with the Citizens Advisory Committee. That'll be held here. There's also a very interesting 5:30 meeting at the First Flight High School. Spencer Rogers from North Carolina Sea Grant will be speaking on sea level rise. So that's 5:30 on Monday, and then we're going to recess to a 7:30 joint meeting with the Citizens Advisory Committee. So we're standing, any other business? We're in recess.